Are we
There
live
we
now?
go. Now the audio's live.
Hello. Hi. When was our last podcast?
The January or wait, it was a February monthly report, right? So it was a couple weeks ago. Or sorry, no, January monthly report. Because it came out at the beginning of February.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. I'm not crazy.
I just feel like we haven't been here in like so long.
I know. Well, and we also had a slow start to the year just because, been busy and you really just covered monthly reports and, you've been getting things going with Nova Forge. So yeah, it's been a while since we A, had Roadmap, and B, had our, yours and mine content with, Scanner Anomaly Spectrum Pulse. Shimpasta, 5x5. Thank you, amigo. Much appreciate you. To everybody who's live hanging out with us in chat, we appreciate you joining us this evening. Sorry for the late start, but my OCD wouldn't let me not do the thing.
Let's put it this way. His OCD has saved you guys a lot of eye strain. It looks a lot better than it would have if we started 5 minutes ago.
I'm going to turn... I can turn Naz down without going into Discord on mine. And how's the audio for everybody as far as being equal, being loud enough, and all that? I can...
Because if you want me to yell at him, I can. I'm also trying some interesting what's it called audio setup on my end. So, actually, I want to try something. This might break stuff. I want specifically because this is
Stream Deck Plus. Woo!
Nice.
It's so cool.
Hey, donation to Stack Up.
Oh, Reindeer Loam, thank you for the donation. Much appreciated. Shimpasta, I cannot recommend this thing enough. The only other recommendation I have for it is to watch tutorial videos before you start playing with it. Because I definitely struggled at first, but now that I've figured out how to add things to the different profiles and stuff, now it's super easy. I ran out of time. I got the profile built how I like it so far for Wavelink, which is the mixing software I use, and Control Center, which is the lighting software that I use because I have all Elgato. And I started on an OBS profile. I haven't done anything with it yet. So, but it's super cool, super easy. Like, here, I'll just play around with it. So we're talking about Star Citizen, dialing myself down, and it's quiet, and dial it back up, and I'm back to normal. And I can do that for Nazeris. I can do that. So I have Nazeris going into what it's called voice chat. So everything from Discord goes into voice chat. And then everything from the browser or OBS will go into system audio. And I can adjust all of those versus what's going into... Holy shit! Shimpasta just donated $100 to stackup.org. Mother of God. You mad lad or lady, I don't know, so I don't want to offend, but that is so appreciated. Oh my goodness. Woo! Oh, my heart. My heart. I don't know what to say. We're off to an amazing start this evening. I like the pronoun pasta. Pasta's delicious. Everybody should like the pronoun pasta. Shimpasta, if you could pick a pasta that you could be, that you could embody, what pasta would that be? Let's see. A spiral pasta. Is that rotini? I think that's rotini. I always forget the names. Anyway, we are off on a serious tangent already. That has nothing to do with Star Citizen or anything else. But this is the Pathfinders podcast, where we are guiding you through all the... No. What's the thing? How do I say it, Nazeris? It's been so long.
It has been so long. Can you hear me still?
Yep. Yeah, I've got you.
Okay, good, because I was messing with some audio stuff. Charting our way through the nebulous information surrounding the development of Star Citizen.
Charting, yeah. We are charting our way through all the nebulous information surrounding Star Citizen and its development. And you know what always makes me smile is Jared knows our word.
I know, and he knows we do it. Like, I love it,
and he knows we do it, and so he has thrown it into ISC a few times as well as in his tweets, because I do pester him with questions and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, missed you guys too. Thank you for joining us. Aether Drift 369, Blizzrad. Thank you for joining us. But yeah, we've got an interesting show. Should be action. Well, maybe not action packed, but information packed.
I mean,
action as far as
just shake the camera,
Nazeris
right?
and I are concerned. Yeah, shake the but so we didn't do a podcast for the Roadmap Roundup at the beginning of the month because it was it didn't have a whole lot in it. But then this last one had a bunch of information. This next one should have even more information because they're continuing to add more stuff between the upstream and downstream teams. They are not done.
Oh, I thought they were posting it all last week.
No, Jake said that they're maybe they're. I think there's more. I think there's more to be added.
I very much appreciate more being added. It's like like everything was very yes, this is what we all knew their roadmap would look like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was.
It's
okay.
Nothing changed. Everything just barges. It was great.
Black Dominion Gaming, thanks for joining this evening. But yeah, this evening we're doing the Roadmap Roundup. We're covering the February 8th and the February 22nd Roadmap Roundups, as well as we'll make our way through the ShinyTracker reports that came out from the most recent one, because there wasn't any updates on the progress tracker for the February 8th Roadmap Roundup. And then after that, we have a Spectrum Pulse that Nazeris and I have been working on for weeks now. And it's going to be thick, but is something that Nazeris and I have noted many times in as we've been charting the way through all the nebulous information. But a lot of people are very skeptical about CIG's ability to build star systems and to essentially get us to the 100 promised star systems, all the ones on the roadmap. And so we're going to be talking about all the tools and technology that CIG has talked to us about thus far that are in relation to building star systems and how they will be able to build star systems at scale, essentially put production into overdrive. That's a direct quote from Tony Z. But we're going to be talking about that this evening, kind of like how we did with the ship pipeline.
Yes. Are you going to be cutting off the
Uh-oh. Naz? Oh no. Oh no, I'm all alone. Oh dear God, no. Nazeris, come back. What happened? Oh gosh. He's gone. He's gone, folks. Oh, here, I can disconnect that. Join call. Naz, are you there? Can you hear me? Hello? I wonder if his internet just took a... Because his camera disappeared, and audio from Discord just disappeared. Oh gosh. Okay, well, while I wait for Nazeris to come back, we will get the show started. Nazeris is the turquoise screen of death. Stop blowing holes in my shit! Oh my gosh. Not only did we get everything fixed, but the sound alert worked. And it played the GIF and the sound.
Hello?
There you are. I hear you. Chat, can you hear me?
My internet decided to just reset.
Yeah, the sound alert fixed everything.
Oh my gosh. Hi, how's it going?
Welcome back.
Am I back? We can see and hear Nova. Yay! I can't see me though. Tree stopped his stream into Discord, so I can't see a thing. I don't even know
Oh,
where I have
here I
you
can.
at.
Do you want me to stream it to Discord?
Yes, please. That way I can see a live version of us.
Let's see.
All right.
I will stream OBS.
All right.
Wish there was a way to make it big and stream it to OBS.
You can right-click
can
on the window.
Right?
Yeah, the output, the monitor output thing. Yeah.
Do a windowed projector preview, right?
Yep. Yep.
And then
stream that to Discord.
Minimize that. Okay, and share screen. Where is it? Can I not just
share application on screen though? What button is it? It's the application. It's share application projector, whatever it's called.
That's weird. It isn't giving me the option.
Try canceling out of the sharing, then going back into it.
There we go. And there it is.
La, 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 la.
Okay. Cool.
We can proceed now.
All right. So sorry for the. Whoops. Nope, that's not what I want. So many windows. Sorry for the delays, everyone. All right. Now we are ready to proceed. So we're going to start off with the Roadmap Roundups. And as usual, Nazeris is going to kick us off with the intro to that. And we're going to start with the February 8th Roadmap Roundup. I'm going to put the link in chat if you guys want to follow along. And Nazeris, go ahead and take us away. And we'll go through the Roadmap Roundups first, talk about those, and then we'll go into the ShinyTracker. And before you get started, we have to transition to the other window. Uno minuto.
The other window.
Transition in 3, 2, 1. There it is.
Ta-da! All right. So, as I like to read the header of every post that we read directly from CIG, because these are word for word what CIG wants us to know about the document we're about to read. So, Roadmap Roundup, the February 8th, 2023. Happy Wednesday, everyone. Every 2 weeks, we accompany the roadmap update with a brief explanatory note. Yes.
If you want to just go through all that in the 319 part, I'm going to run down and grab a beer I forgot, and then I'll be right back.
Will do. A brief explanatory note to give you insight into the decision-making that led to any changes. This is part of an effort to make our communications more transparent, more specific, and more insightful for all of you who help make Star Citizen and Squadron 42 possible. With that said, let's go ahead and dive into this week's Roadmap Roundup, the CIG community team. Notable changes for February 8th, 2023. Alpha 319. The upcoming release of 318 brings important advancements in the technology behind Star Citizen. The highlight of this update is persistent entity streaming, which represents a monumental effort from our engineering teams. We are eager to share this update with more players soon, and are thrilled about the improvements it will bring. If anyone has catched any of my streams playing 318, not only does it run better than live every time I've touched it so far, it's the amount of stuff you can do in it is pretty amazing just because of the fact that PES is in. Basically, items don't despawn anymore. And just once that starts actually working in your head, like what happens to the world when stuff doesn't leave just because it was left on the ground, it's a lot. It's a lot of stuff. So there's a 318 hype icon or emote. Who's Vertigo? Of course it is. Of course it's Vertigo. That's great. Anyway, to ensure server and client stability in 318, both before and after launch, our team has decided to extend the 318 branch an extra patch cycle. This will allow us to address any issues that may arise. As a result, the next update, following through the release of Alpha 318, will come before Invictus launch week, and will feature a variety of new and exciting content that we will read about below. Although this update will be designated 319, it will be built on the Alpha 3.18 codebase. Our production teams are currently evaluating the feasibility of integrating originally planned 3.19 content into the Alpha 3.18 branch. The items we are adding to the release view today are subject to change and additions. Nonetheless, we wanted to share our tentative goals as of now, with potentially more updates, changes, and additions coming in the roadmap updates ahead. So, that entire 3 paragraphs was a good example of what they mentioned in the forenote, which is more transparent, more specific, and more insightful to the decision making of patches. The one thing that I think was missing out of the 319 thing was actually perfectly addressed on SCL, I think it was. Yeah, SCL the week after this, where Jared did a whole whiteboard demonstration on how builds are made and how we can have a 319 on 318. There's a lot of quotations there. Anyway, basically, instead of validating an entire new branch, they take the features out of the stream of the entire thing and try and plug them directly into an older branch, instead of having it go all the way through all the checks and have all the checks sandwiched and put through the entire sandwich machine to make an entirely new branch. They just validate the features themselves and stick them into an older branch. So it was a really good. I highly recommend going to watch the SCL. I'm sure it's linked to several places. I forget which one it was.
It was not this last week, but I think the week before.
Yeah. So 2 weeks ago, SCL, very informative for those who aren't privy to literally launching technical software, which a lot of us are. I'm not. I didn't know this. Even though there's lots of salty people that are like, we knew this already. I'm a software engineer of like 30 years. Yes, you are. I'm not.
Well, and a lot of people who are software engineers are like, oh, my experience is relevant. And it's like, not always. It doesn't. That's not exactly how it works. Each project is unique and different in the way they do things. There's a lot of applicability, but it isn't always 100%. Oh, Aether Drift. This is. I didn't have any space beer because I haven't been in the grocery store and gotten any, but it's a local amber.
What if they make space gin?
What's up?
What if they make space gin?
I wouldn't be surprised. I have a space themed bourbon. Well, I don't have it here with me, but North End Trooper knows what I'm talking about. Sockeyes.
My VPN decided to change my language.
Yeah,
to Dutch.
that SCL is really informative. It was really, especially for helping people understand and set expectations about how builds go through the development process, and why things can sometimes take a while. It also, it's a good thing for 319 because it helps us understand why they made that decision, in order to make it so that way they could get a new patch with more new features and locations and stuff like that out for Invictus launch week without it just being a 318 patch, or just a .1. So they're doing that because they expect 319 to be a pretty full patch. It's sort of like 317.2 was, where it could have been its own full numbered patch, but because it was built on the 317 branch. Yeah,
as Paul, I think, was I on? It was on, or I was in chat when he coined the phrase "the biggest small patch."
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that'll be like, I'm super interested in like what was going into 319? Oh yeah, the cityscape. Like, we're getting the cityscape.
Yeah,
like, that's gonna be great.
Lorville cityscape.
Go see that.
First thing right there. I need to. Let's see, streaming. Open that tab over here. There we go. All right. So yeah, for the 319, for the first roadmap roundup on the 8th, they added the Lorville Cityscape. We all know what that is. They've been showing it off. They first showed it at CitizenCon, and then they just showed it off in ISC a couple weeks ago, right? Trying to keep track of when they were.
Yeah,
but,
a couple weeks
got an
ago.
update. Mm-hmm.
We've been really busy these past few weeks. Days are kind of just blurring, so bear with us.
Oh yeah, well, and like, so I'm not gonna mess with my camera, but I've got a brand new tower right there. I literally just lost my shit with Alienware and said, you know what, I'm done dealing with it. You guys are, I'm going to, build the new tower. And so basically, I ordered a new case, new motherboard, new power supply, and RAM. And yeah, I built it. And so I put those in the new tower, and then I took the drives, the GPU and the CPU out of my old tower to put it in this one. Been building computers for ages, so it was just a matter of convenience when I bought the Alienware one, so I could get a 3090 and a 12900K. Yeah, Alienware has really fallen. And all the proprietary Dell stuff just drives me nuts. And that was what I was running into issues with. Is what happened is I took the Alienware tower, which came with their little all-in-one cooler on like a single 140 millimeter fan. Yeah, right. Like that's gonna keep a 12900K cool. Pfft, okay, and between that and then 3090 with their stock fans, everything, it just got way too hot, especially running SC, which is super CPU heavy. And so I put in a 240 millimeter radiator, dual fan from Cooler Tech, really nice one. And then I swapped out all the case fans for Noctuas, which are, way more, cubic feet per minute or whatever, volume moving through the case, way quieter. The only problem is the fan controller. On the Dell, proprietary motherboard didn't like the fans and the all-in-one cooler I had, and basically burned itself out. And not only did it burn itself out,
gosh dang
but it burnt itself and the neighboring RGB controller on the motherboard. So I had lighting zones on this fancy tower not working, and one day I noticed, I was like, wow, it's running really quiet. And oh, it's running really quiet because the only fan that's spinning is the one stock fan that I left in there because it was an RGB fan. And I was like, well, that's not good. None of the fans are spinning. Thankfully, the radiator was still moving, fluid around and keeping my CPU from cooking. But so basically, I had to go through all that, and I'm going to turn the Alienware tower into my stream PC for a dual PC setup instead of using my laptop.
Nice.
And so, yeah.
Hopefully I can keep up with that.
Yeah. Well, I won a new inbox i7 12700K on eBay for like $250. And then it looks like I'm going to win a 3070. It's used, but it's my current bid is like $330 on it. So once I get those, I will put those in the old tower with another drive that I have and get that up and running. But yeah, so we're all up and running. Everything's running cool.
Nice.
And it fixed all the issues I was having with the camera and the microphone, because the issue was the USB controller for their proprietary motherboard.
If it sounds like I got a new mic, that means it's working. I've been messing a lot with audio the past couple weeks. My PC has not had like problems. I had to reinstall Windows and I lost a lot of data because of it. I thought I was prepared, but I apparently forgot to get stuff out of app data.
I'll never buy a pre-built for gaming ever again. Maybe a laptop for work, for travel with, but oh god. Yeah. But this new motherboard is just, whoo, it's beautiful. I love it. But yeah, back to the all my problems are fixed, and thank goodness. And but yeah, back to the roadmap. New player experience. You were talking about this with Paul, and what was her name?
No, don't ask me what her name is, because now I forgot.
Anyway, Captain Stable.
She was just
on. You guys were talking about new player experience.
Yeah. It starts with an S. I remember that much.
I am so She'd never been on there before.
Yeah, that was her first time being there.
So it's interesting to me that they chose Area 18 and Bajani Point. Oh yeah, thank you, Ghost. Celine something.
Yes.
How dare you derail the conversation? Yes, because that never happens here. What? Naz, did you just die again? Yeah, Celine Star Dragon. Yep, that's right. All right, so while Naz is reconnecting, son of a biscuit, this is ridiculous. I will continue with the wrong tab. So yeah, the new player experience.
Hear me now.
Yep, I got you.
Okay, I shut my VPN off now. Hopefully it will be nice now.
There we go. So yeah, new player experience. I'm working on the first 30 minutes, basically getting from your hab to, not only to the spaceport, but also to get from there up to the station, and do things at the station. Your first 30 minutes of gameplay, which is pretty exciting that they're working on it. I thought it was interesting that they chose Area 18 and Bajini just because I imagine, maybe like the in-city part of Area 18 isn't going to get changed a whole lot other than updated visuals. But the question is, will they be? I'm assuming they'll be able to retain that once they rebuild Arcor.
Yeah. So assuming that it's in HUD tutorials, right? So go to this checkpoint. Like, let's say there's a marker inside the elevator and it says go to elevator and puts a little
HUD
icon
and
in the
AR
elevator.
stuff. Yeah.
Right. And then there'll be signs in the landing zone saying go this way. When they rebuild it, they have to reposition all those signs anyway. So if they're going to do this for every landing zone, that means if even the work they do on it would have had to be redone anyway, and for all the others. So it's not like they're going to waste a lot of effort on this.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to whether they do it now or whether they have to do the work to add it to the next one, they're still going to have to do the same amount of work. So I'm much the sooner they could get this in, the better, because logging in it's quite difficult on its own.
Oh yeah. No, I'm. Why is
hopefully after they do the in-game player experience, they look back at their website, and make that easier. They need a warning when buying a ship on an account that does not have a game package, that the ship does not come with a game package. That is right now my biggest gripe with the website. Is that it lets people without game packages buy ships without a game package.
Mm-hmm.
And then they can't play the game, but they just bought a ship.
Yeah, and they don't know why until they go and lose their mind on Facebook and somebody explains it to them, and then they already have a ship.
And they have to wait 24 hours before they can fix it.
Yep.
It's terrible.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's a really not smooth.
It is dumb. That's super dumb. That's just not. It's not like they're trying to scam people, but they didn't think of it, and so it's just another.
If you go to the store, it doesn't tell you, because people think, oh, okay, I'll just go to the store and I'll buy a ship and I'll get started. It doesn't, it doesn't navigate you where, you create an account and then you have to buy. It should you create an account and then tell you, okay, account created. In order to play next window, in order to play Star Citizen, you have to have a game package. These are the ships that come with a game package.
Yeah, if you log in, or if you are at the site for the first time, it shows you the 3 different tiles: the Star Citizen, Squadron, and RSI. And you click on Star Citizen, it does take you to a page, which will eventually tell you Aurora or Avenger. But you can easily, and that's at the bottom of the page, hit the next page. That now it says Aurora or Mustang, and there's a pledge store button where you can go see the rest of them, which are packages. But if you log in and go to the pledge store, still without an account, it shows you ships with only the nowhere does it say what a game package is. Nowhere does it warn you if you go just, I want a different ship, what different ships come with.
Yeah.
No, the problem is the Reliant is unlovable. I've tried so many times. I love Misk. I love everything they do, except for naming the Expanse. The Reliant cannot get a break. It was designed into the ground, and you're derailing the conversation again. Stop it. What were we doing? Roadmap
New player
Roundup.
experience.
New player experience. Virginia.
But
yeah,
Blizzard, I agree. If you don't have a game package, you shouldn't be able to see anything but a game package.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense to me.
Or without, you have to go through a waiver thing. Because maybe you are
what they should
buying
do?
a ship as a gift or something.
You know what they should do? They should detach the game package and ships, right? So you can add a game package for $45 to your cart and say, hey, you can get any of these ships for free when you get to the cart with your game package.
Yep.
But also, you could spend extra and get X ship, or this ship.
Yeah.
And so you could technically get in the game and figure out a way to keep a free ship. Like, you'll have a token to redeem for a free ship that you can always spend. Like, you can get a no ship package, basically, and get a token for a ship, for a starter ship, for the $45 mark, which is, I think just the Mustang and the Aurora? I don't know. I'm not gonna look up the entire store. That fixes all the problems.
Yeah.
Make them buy a thing, like, to buy the game, you buy a starter package. Nothing about a ship yet. And then in the card it says, pick a ship. Detach the whole ship buying. Like, that's, again, one of the internet's biggest gripes with Star Citizen is you're buying NFT ship things. JPEGs, there we go, that's the words.
Yeah. Yep, it's something they really need to work on, and I'm hoping as they continue to revamp the website, they'll address that.
A starter.
But I'm looking forward to seeing what the new player experience looks like, because I have a separate 0 to Hero account, so I'll definitely be playing through it just because I want to experience it and see what things it has to offer. Sort of offer a critique. Going forward for new players. The next thing, the following two things are the new missions, both salvage contracts and the Ghost Hollow PvP mission. And the salvage contracts sound great to me, just because it's allowing players to have buy-in, but there's also going to be various ways to buy them that isn't just like a single lawful person that you buy salvage contracts from. There's going to be ones for they're going to be different. The way they've explained it is you can have lawful ones where you're going and you own you have the rights, other ones where you're going and you might have to compete or fight for them. It's those will be really interesting and to see how that works out. It'll be interesting to see as well, how this is how salvage has been with the Lagrange points and stuff in 3.18 PTU, in order to get us to test it and beat the shit out of the salvage system. And then how do they pivot and make it how they want it to be going forward, like in 3.19, 3.20, what have you. Because obviously you're not going to have just, crap tons of, derelicts sitting at Lagrange points, as far as the eye can see, and not having, it's going to be a little bit more of an, issue finding salvage, hence the salvage contracts. So that'll be cool. And then the Ghost Hollow PvP mission is really interesting because it's
PvP mission.
Well, it's PvPVE or PvEVP, because.
But they didn't say that. Nowhere does it say that. Nowhere in the actual
AI
text.
navmesh.
Yes, it says AI navmesh, but it doesn't say that players will interact with the AI anywhere in the actual verbiage in here.
Making use of the Comray as well as the AI navmesh. There's going to be AI there. The question is how are you how are they going to balance the missions so that if you're an unlawful player and whatever if it's Ninetales or whoever are there.
Did they say they were working on AI outside of underground bunkers, the ones we have now?
Yeah.
Isn't that a thing somewhere they said something about?
I think so. They showed in the latest ISC about salvage in the asteroid belt. You saw the interface where they're procedurally spawning them. Very cool. Yeah, it's similar to the way that they spawn asteroids, and it's essentially a resource. But they eventually will be not. They won't just spawn, by a calculation. They'll spawn based off of quantum, saying that based off of NPCs traveling through here and having interactions, probability will generate probability volumes that a ship had an accident, or a ship was engaged in combat and became a derelict, and needed to be salvaged. So that's it's going to be dynamic.
Or
it won't just be
pirates. So
yeah,
yeah. It won't I imagine a lot more wrecks around Yella than around New Babbage.
Yeah. And there's other places like they talked about if you watched I think it was the most recent Lore Equals gameplay, from one of it's a gas giant, and I think it was in Oberon. I might be getting my episodes mixed up, but they basically talked about how the storms in the upper atmosphere of this gas giant were very dangerous, and even though it was a location that would be it's a tempting location to refuel at due to its proximity to the other inner planets, because of these storms, they damage and destroy lots of ships, and so you find lots of derelicts in the upper atmosphere of that gas giant, as well as ones that drift towards its Lagrange points. And so they're basically telling you straight up, you will find derelicts around, in the upper atmosphere of this gas giant. Maybe you'll want to like drag them further out in order to salvage
SRV
them
fishing.
SRV fishing. Oh my gosh. Fishing citizen.
There's your fishing mechanic, guys. We found it.
Yeah. And then but as well as the Lagrange points around that gas giant. We know what the Lagrange points are, so it's like, okay, they're basically telling you that salvage will be a thing because of this environmental issue, not just due to pirates and such. So it's cool to think about. But yeah, cool missions, really interesting to look, I got Pisces. How do you cast your tractor beam? How does that it'll be
it pivots.
Yeah.
You got to see
I'm imagining you need some sort of bait, or I'm just picturing that that commercial with the old guy and like the waiters and stuff, and he's like, I got you $1. Almost got it. A little faster. Yeah. But that's it for the February 8th Roadmap Roundup. For the February 22nd, Nazeris, why don't you do your thing, and we'll dive into this one.
All right. So again, you want to just read the header again?
Sure.
Okay. Happy Wednesday, everyone. Every 2 weeks, we complete the roadmap update with a brief explanatory note to give you the insight into the decision-making that led to any changes. This is part of an effort to make our communications more transparent, more specific, and more insightful for all of you who help make Star Citizen and Squadron 42 possible. With that said, let's go ahead and dive into this week's Roadmap Roundup. So this is the week of February 22nd, 2023. And there's only one thing added to the release view. The Scorpius, I don't care. I mean, Arteris.
Antares.
It's sure, whatever it is.
Antares. It's
sure.
It's a variant of the Scorpius. Sure.
And nobody wanted it, and no one's going to use.
Oh, I'm sure people are going to use it. It's just, totally not my thing. But, another EMP ship. Okay, we have a lot of EMP ships. I'm hoping that
nobody uses.
Because, I'm hoping that this is that along with 319 releasing, I'm hoping that part of 319 will include work on the EMP. Before,
like what work are you thinking?
Oh, I don't know. I don't use the EMP. I just know that a lot of people are like, it's not really a super viable thing.
The problem is Quanta. The whole problem is Quanta. That we don't have trade lanes, so there's not enough traffic. So you're sitting there sometimes for hours.
Oh, you're talking about the quantum jammer, not the EMP.
Yeah. Well, EMP is very similar. You need to get in such a close range. Like, EMP and quantum jamming, which apparently this thing has both.
Quantum jammer, but not interdictor. So it can't pull you out of quantum, But if you have been pulled out of quantum, or this thing ambushes you, it can prevent you from getting into quantum. EMP is 1.1 kilometers. Jammer is 20 kilometers. Yeah, so if you stay within 20
I don't know when the last
range,
time you had a dogfight was, but they did not stay within 1 kilometer. The second they see you charging, and they can see you charging,
yeah,
they're gone. Like,
and
they'll just stand back and missile. Like,
but what if it's not a dogfight? And that, I think this is one of those things where they're releasing the ship, and they'd love to release
Master
the
Mode
ship
has
when
entered the
Master
chat.
Mode's
Not yet,
running.
it hasn't.
Yeah.
Further down.
And it's one of those things where, the ship, eventually will be viable, and CIG, the Scorpius is pretty speedy. I know that. I think it has poor acceleration though. They've changed things so much. I don't even bother keeping up with it just because it's not even worth it for me. Because it's just little data points that you basically just have to relook up each time there's a new patch. But it's one of those things. They have a vision for the ship. They have a vision for those tools, and they may not be perfectly viable, but eventually they will be, and we don't know when they're going to work on those things, but eventually they will. And it's just that,
Master Modes, funnily enough, are only scheduled for work between January and September last year. January 2022 to September 2022.
That's because those teams haven't been updated yet.
Great. All right. Oh yeah, because that was October, November. Okay, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah, I remember someone asked that question, and Jake said these teams haven't been added yet because let's see. So the other thing that you always have to remember,
for Squadron.
Whoops.
Upstream, downstream. I believe it's in Companion.
Yep. So Companion, it was vehicle features and vehicle experience. So there's vehicle feature team is upstream, and then vehicle experience was rolled into them. And so I think this, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep. But I remember him saying in response to that question, they haven't, I think vehicle feature, it was upstream, and now because vehicle experience got rolled into them, now they're upstream. So I'm sorry.
No, upstream is the farther out one though.
Yeah, I just remember.
But either way, we don't have the stuff for that. Either way,
it isn't planned all the way out yet. So that sprint may continue. Because they talked about how they're continuing to work and test on it. So, so we'll just have to keep an eye on it.
All right. Interesting things. Interesting. Why is that?
They added the salvage contracts to the progress tracker.
Wait, does that just do that? Did it really?
Salvage contracts.
Why would you do that?
So new mission salvage contracts are on the release view for 319, but interestingly enough, 319 is supposed to release in here.
Yeah.
So apparently they're going to be adding them and adding more of them and continuing to work on them all the way out to, for a while, because the roadmap goes out to here, and basically this just means that this sprint will continue to here and will probably continue into like Q4 of 2023. So they are planning on doing a lot of work on the salvage contracts missions, and apparently we're just going to get the first iteration of them with 319.
Oh, just one and then another and then another.
Yeah, a few base ones.
This is that's actually a really good example of these bars mean almost nothing. Don't live by them.
Yeah.
Like, we are, like, I think, my opinion here, I think that we will be like it will get 1 with 319. And because it's still the salvage contract sprint, the bar will keep going. And then when they're done, maybe the next patch will get 1 or 2 more. And the bar will keep going. As long as they're working on salvage contracts, they can extend that bar.
Yeah.
So as long as they're working
I think we'll get more than
thing,
one. I think we're just going to get a couple basic ones for, you have your lawful ones, your unlawful ones, and your sort of, in the middle ones that they talked about, the variants, but we're not going to get a lot of variation from them. And I don't think we're going to get like all, multiple mission givers and stuff. I think it's going to be pretty simplistic to start, just so they can get it in and start balancing.
We know Clovis is getting them.
Yeah.
So, which is perfect person to start giving them. Yeah, the one thing we haven't learned is which one specifically we're getting out of the ones that they put out that they talked about in ISC or SCL, and the mission givers thing. So we know we are getting missions. We don't know how many, where, or what. But the Duster fashion.
Yeah. Well, and it's so they're adding multiple outfit variants for the Stanton Gang, the Dusters, which means we're going to see them on the ground. And they specifically say Stanton Gang. So whether we see the Dusters in Pyro or not, if they specifically say Stanton, I think they're probably more of a Stanton Gang, not Pyro. So it'll be interesting because that means we're going to see different types of enemies on ground missions based off the outfits.
Not just everyone having 9 tails. They're getting kind of old though.
They added master modes, so I imagine master modes was an unannounced thing at first that it now became announced. But we have no way of. We'll have to. We would have to go into the ShinyTracker and see if one thing was removed and added. It'll be interesting to see where that sprint or that deliverable develops on the progress tracker, as far as master modes. As far as how long it gets extended, if any other teams get added, that sort of thing. But because this is when they got rolled into when vehicle experience got rolled in. The vehicle feature was in this quarter, and so they should be getting more of their schedule later. And then persistent habs. This is really interesting. I wasn't expecting this to get added. So. Persistent. So persistent habs and persistent hangers. One team, USPU. So persistent hangers, continuing to being worked on. We know that persistent hangers are part of persistent hangers is the freight elevators, which are being worked on. And so we know that they're working on getting those in along as part of the ongoing work on the cargo factor. But it's interesting that they're now that PES is in, the USPU team is going back to work on persistent habs as well. And so we'll pull up that on the ShinyTracker and see, because everybody looks at these, and this is one of those common mistakes with the progress tracker. Everybody's like, oh my God, they've been working on that for 99 weeks. Yeah. If they work on it from here to here and then stop and then pick it up again right here, the progress tracker makes it a solid bar. The progress tracker does not show breaks in work on a deliverable from the same team, or a sprint on a deliverable. And
Jake has mentioned that he doesn't like this, and it's on the list of things they want to add. They also want to add like a way to make sure that once the bar is done and released, like once the feature is released, they can also move it somewhere that there's not 400 things to keep in the same list. Or that they know that persistent habs requires, let's say, building interiors or something.
Did you catch up on that conversation that Jake and Paul and I were having?
I don't know.
I think I tagged you, but I think you might have been asleep at some point. But it was it was good review, but it's also Jake explaining that there's a lot of things that the progress tracker doesn't do well that he really wants it to do, and he's waiting on resources from the team that works on the website to help him build in these extra features and functionality into it. And in the meantime, you just have to understand these things, and unfortunately, they're that there isn't a comprehensive set of information that explains all this, except for the podcast segment that we did. And actually,
for a reason.
I have that on the docket to upload. But one of the things on his wish list was to be able to show breaks in work, so that way you don't have to go to the ShinyTracker to show that the team stopped at this point and then picked it back up.
Am I the only one seeing 2 mice?
2 mice?
I don't know if that's from Discord or that's going onto the stream. Hold on, where's the stream? See 2 mice. Oh.
Have you tried a cat?
Nope, it's just me. Okay. Just I see 2 mice.
But yeah, there's a lot of functionality that he really wants in the progress tracker that will make it so that way a lot of these things, a lot of these bits of confusion that are common that lead people to think that the progress tracker isn't useful information, aren't a problem anymore. It's just he needs dev resources in terms of the devs that work on the website, and they've just we all know that they're basically rebuilding the website, into their new scheme, I guess he'd say, to be more functional, be more visually appealing. Though. Yeah,
I want that header bar.
But yeah, persistent habs will, that's persistent
big.
hangers and habs, super big, super exciting. You'll be able to customize your hab and your hanger. You'll be able to bring things back and store them in there. You'll be able to be a loot goblin instead of just putting things in your inventories. They'll be physicalized. So we don't know when this feature is coming. Obviously, this sprint goes all the way out to Q3. But it only goes out to August.
I cannot imagine it.
So who knows?
Before building interiors. Can't imagine it's before building interiors.
Well,
because they mentioned habs. They mentioned player habs during the building interior talk.
Oh yeah, well, and you'll be able to have real estate there. But I mean, if you are able to customize your hab, so maybe say this is where the sprint ends and this is where it releases with 3.20, 3.20, just hypothetical. And say it releases in the tier 1 version of it where your starting hab in your starting city, you are able to customize that space. And, eventually you'll be able to own more real estate and customize that space. But that's, when that feature comes online, when building interiors come online and they add the, owning real estate function to that, then you'd be able to customize that. But I don't think they would hold it back. I think they would let us play around with it and test it in that tier 1 version before, building interiors.
That scenario, I would completely agree. I just think that they're being built in parallel. So once building interiors is done, player house will be done, and basically synergy. Like in your scenario, yes, I do believe that if it was done, they just magical elevator to your hab. Absolutely. But the fact that we just got a complete digest of building interiors and then persistent habs pops back up, it's like maybe they're planning something.
Yeah. I think building interiors are going to take a little while, but when they do come out, they will be fully functional. They're building them with all the tools. They're building with all the functionality. It isn't going to be a piecemeal. I don't think it's going to be one of those piecemeal things.
Speaking
we've been getting,
they're 6 to 12 months behind UGFs, and we're getting on SCL or ISC. We're getting on ISC this week.
Yeah,
a white box run through of the new UGFs,
which is good because if they are rolling along with white box. As far as getting the layout done, once the layout is done, they are able to say, okay, here's the way we want it laid out. Here is the types of rooms and areas we want in there. They are labeled, and then they can plug it into things like the procedural location tool.
Did they say gray box? Hold on, they did not say.
I'm pretty sure it's white box.
Don't even do that to me.
But the going from white box to gray box with the tools that they have built for doing this, and then final art is a very quick thing because they have so much of the assets already built. It's a matter of drag and drop, drag and drop, drag and drop, drag and drop. Do all that, or it's here are the types of rooms that we want in this layout, and then procedural location tool go. renders underground facility, and then you do art, and design stuff for functionality.
Not gray box yet. But the fact that we saw pre-white box back at CitizenCon, and we're getting a run through white box now. Imagine how many rooms are in the original, our first docket of rooms. This will not be like our first UGF outing, where it's you got 3 variants and whatever. This is going to be much, much bigger than just 3 rooms. And we'll have I wouldn't be shocked if every room they talked about at CitizenCon would be in this Tier 0 release. I would not be shocked. So I'm super excited to see what happens Thursday. And remember, the reason we're talking about underground facilities is because building interiors is about 6 to 12 months behind them, somewhere between there.
Mm-hmm.
And persistent hangar or persistent HABs was talked about during the talk about building interiors. So we're 6 to 12 months out to having full skyscrapers full of building interior.
Well, and the building interiors thing totally plays into what we're going to be talking about after we get done with the roadmap stuff. Yeah. Inadvertently, because part of the quote from Tony Z directly applies to building interiors, and not just building. It's not just building interiors, but when I say building, I mean not only building interiors, but it also applies to how stations and asteroid facilities, underground facilities are all built. But he specifically talks about building interiors. And Nazeris and I were putting together this presentation, and then as we were working on it, we got that ISC about the building interiors, and I was like, holy shit. It's just one more
dots
piece.
Collide.
Yeah. Dots are colliding as Nazeris and I are moving the string from one, thing to another, like crazy people, But yeah.
Yes. I forget. Where's that GIF even from? I don't even remember.
It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Always Sunny in Philadelphia. That is our constant state of being.
Yeah. Let's look at the Delta report, and if we need to, we can look at the deliverables report as well. But usually we just look at the Delta report, and we'll look at deliverable
the first
reports
one,
for specific
or are we
ones.
just doing the last one?
Just
are
this
doing
one.
Both weeks or just
222? There wasn't a report for 2.8, so.
Right, because the roadmap wasn't updated, right?
Yep.
I remember, because I talked to Shiny about that. I'm like, hey, when's this going to be updated? He's like, nothing changed.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, what do you mean nothing changed? They just said and I went back to the quote, and it's like, Jake said nothing changed, never mind.
So, unannounced vehicle was removed. RSI on Scorpio Centaurus was added, but audio vehicle content VFX and audio VFX, and okay, so they added the vehicle content to it. Oh, holy shit!
What did I miss?
Remember from last summer that unannounced vehicle sprint that we were watching that was just VFX and audio, and we're like, what the heck could this be?
That was the Scorpius, wasn't it?
It was the Scorpio Centaurus.
Dang it! Why?
Yeah. And then they added the vehicle
I'm
content.
not one to be down on CIG making their game, because it's their game. They can develop it how they want. This is Burger King for developers. Anyway. The amount of violence I have
a vehicle content sprint on there, and it just wasn't on there. That's why it was so confusing.
The amount of violence I have in my do not care about these stupid Arteris is so high. I am it makes me angry.
So here's the things that we just went over being added with the sprints. Mm-hmm. And then 72 deliverables updated. So we will go through the ones that I don't really care about these Squadron 42 chapters, because they basically just get extended for the most part. Have you heard about the Antares?
Redeemer.
Yeah. The big one, achievement service. This is for Squadron 42. This is just all the little achievements and stuff. If you've ever seen those,
is it for Squadron?
Yeah, Squadron 42 UI.
Mm-hmm. It only has a Star Citizen badge.
Oh.
Aha!
Huh. Interesting. Oh, and it's game services. So,
Now,
this
services
service is
can be in
responsible for the
Squadron.
life cycle and management of game achievements. Interesting. So they just added UI.
I figured to point that out. Like Squadron 42 UI is the biggest false name in the company right now because they work on literally anything that has UI in it.
Yeah, well, and they say Squadron 42 UI, but they're working on all the UI. And
right, like
yeah,
it is just the UI team. I don't know why it says SQ42 UI. It's
yeah,
all
well,
UI.
UI tech. They're continuing to work on the AR and map marker system. The problem is the Squadron
UI
42
feature
UI
should just be UI feature.
Yeah, UI tech and Squadron 42 UI feature, and
I don't think there is a SC UI feature.
no, there isn't.
Yeah, so they just renamed it to UI feature team.
But they're both downstream teams, so we only get them one quarter at a time. So in April, when we get another update, we'll watch this sprint continue on.
Yeah.
The question is,
I don't know where I put the window.
The good thing is with these, we get so much information on these in the monthly reports. That's a better way of keeping track of how far they are along. And so the progress that they've been reporting to us in the monthly reports for the AR and map marker system, the HUD system, the Moby-Glass rework, and the Star Map rework is very promising and coming along very nicely. And I imagine we're going to be seeing that get shown off soon, the way they're talking about it. Artificial gravity, we know they showed that off at the CitizenCon. So obviously we know they've been working on it. EUPU is working on it.
System.
Yeah, and it's slow. It's one of those things they're continuing to work on and will eventually get implemented.
What's the tier 1 we're getting of the resource system? Gravity, life support, CPU?
No, there's more to it. Power management, coolant. Yeah, I forget.
A lot. There's a lot coming when resource management's all tied up in a nice feature bow.
Yep.
Fire suppression may be in it. There was a lot of fire suppression stuff being worked on.
ATC service. They are so systemic services and tools. They are the people that are building Quantum. They are also building all these services that feed into Quantum in order to track NPCs, in order to basically make everything navigate around the verse. So they're continuing to work on the ATC service in order for that to be implemented, because the logic for the air traffic controller or for air traffic control is handled separately on each DGS, each dedicated game server. As we move closer to the reality of server meshing, the logic for air traffic control needs to transition to a separate service. So it needs to be a back-end service, so that way if a based off of server load, if a Baijini point gets partitioned off into a separate server as part of dynamic server meshing from say area 18, or sorry, ArcCore in area 18, then that way the air traffic control for Baijini point doesn't get all confused by getting separated from the two. It just makes it so that it's a separate service running all the air traffic control for all the points of air traffic control. And the dedicated game servers will simulate the information being fed to them by this service. Bombs. Weapon content team added more work for the A1. Yeah, for the A1.
Smaller bombs.
So, yeah, small bombs. Yeah. The size 5s, right? That's what it has.
I really hope we do get them eventually deforming terrain.
Mm-hmm.
And killing plants.
Too. Yep, knocking over trees and
they can pretty easily get rid of the props in a certain area and regenerate the plants. Mm-hmm. I fully believe that is in their wheelhouse.
Oh yeah. Bounty Hunter V2, which, as you know, Nazeris and I have kept a close eye on, because it's not it's not the gameplay that matters. It's what Bounty Hunter V2 represents. And this is just the Bounty Hunter V2 feature, the deliverable. But it's also dependent on all these various new backend tech. And we reported on this months ago.
So somewhere in the backlog on Tree's YouTube
is this one's updated.
Deep dive.
This one is, I think it was an October episode that we did, but we did a deep dive on Bounty Hunter V2. But it talks about the backend tech, and these are these services not only allow for Bounty Hunter V2, but they allow for NPC populations in general, and to behave more alive.
Yeah. And just so we can cover the next ones pretty quickly, you want to look up chapter and scroll down those on the roadmap.
Yeah, so there's
a lot got work, but a lot didn't get work. Just look up chapter. So basically, anything past the line got extended. Anything that didn't get past the line has not been extended. That's the quick view of it. Mm-hmm. Though I did make a theory a couple weeks ago, or a week ago or so, it was on one of my last streams, that these chapters are not chapters, but missions. These are not like several mission chapters. These are each chapter. The 26 chapters are missions. Because if you remember, missions in Squadron aren't exactly start-endpoint missions. They're very loose framework of a lot of things you're going to be doing.
Not loading.
Even though, because the roadmap bugs out a lot. Especially when you search stuff. So I'm thinking that these chapters are these large ideas of missions. And so with a lot of the chapters not having a lot of these teams could mean that the work on the previous chapter is being used in this chapter. So let's say the vertical slice that we saw, you start in the Stanton in Odin next to Shubin. Well, if mission 2 or chapter 2 is also on the Stanton next to Shubin in Odin, then they don't need to make Odin the Stanton and Archon. I forget what I was just saying earlier. Anyway, so you don't need all those teams working the same amount. Like, there's no levels to make. There's no XYZ to build, which could explain why a lot of the teams have not touched some of these chapters. Also, they could have their work later on in the stream of time. Both of these could be true. I was saying there's a lot of what seems to be a lot further along chapters that have a lot less teams in them. And it seems very cyclical. 15, less than 15. Like 15, 8, 4, 15, 8, 4. Like, if you look through how many teams are on the road on the different progress tracker bits, it's very cyclical. Like, chapter 1, 15 teams. Chapter 2, 6 teams. Chapter 3, 2 teams. Chapter 4, 9 teams. Chapter 5, 11 teams. Chapter 6, 6 teams. So, like, the more you have in the same area, the less you need teams. And then you jump back up when you're in a new location. And then you work back down in the, like, next couple missions. This is all tinfoil hats, so take this with a grain of salt as big as the moon. But this is my hypothesis. Thank you and welcome for coming to my TED Talk.
So that's all the chapters for Squadron 42 getting updated. Some didn't, some did not. Character creator, we know they've been working on that, and hopefully it'll be
hair wed. Cowards.
Yeah. Well, and hopefully, it needs to be a lot more intuitive than the one they have now, because the tech is cool, but the user interface and
all they need to do
how easy the functionality is.
Give us the standard sliders, right? Use your tech, sure, love the tech, but give us like positional sliders and things. Instead of, I have to find a nose that's slightly off to the side and then blend so the nose moves, or so the ears are a bit bigger or a bit lower. Like, just give us sliders and have the back end system do the blending. Just give me, so I don't have to, like, So I don't have to like find the 50 different heads that I need to move the nose or whatever it is, like to make the nostrils bigger or the bridge of the nose change. Instead of having to scroll through like 50,000 heads to find one that has a specific facial feature, just give us the tools to actually just build the facial feature. I need an in-game tinfoil hat. Yes, that would be so cool.
Mm-hmm.
Like yeah, the character creator, it's a really good concept, but in practice, it has a lot of flaws. Like usability is the biggest one.
Next episode, Nazeris, you have been voluntold to make a tinfoil hat, and that is going to be your silly hat for the episode. For when
Got it.
Blizzrad says silly hat.
Okay.
Inevitably.
Got it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I need this nose. Oh, jeez.
What I do now?
Uh-huh.
All right, so I need this nose 4th generation removed. Yeah, that's what it's like using the current character tool.
Mm-hmm.
If we could just have like lower ear, like, could be great. It'd be great. Like, I know they're trying to make sure that you don't get like Skyrim and Fallout level stupidity of faces. But there's got to be a better way than not giving us actual customization.
Yeah. Dynamic events. It looks like the mission feature team was reallocated to other things like the missions we talked about from the Roadmap Roundups versus away from the dynamic events. Entity Properties plugin. What is that? I want to read it. Improving entity property handling to easily adjust properties for multiple entities at the same time, decreasing iteration time for designers. This is a major upgrade to the old way of handling the entity properties, which was pretty limited and hard to extend. Okay, so that way it makes it a lot easier for them to update entities within a family. FPS devices. This one is interesting.
Finally awake.
The weapon content team added 2 more weeks of work. They haven't been working on they haven't been working on that since the end of September. So hopefully they are back to work on FPS devices, the deployables and such, so that we will see those soon. I was really looking forward to getting the trip mines, like throwable explosives, breaching charges, breaching tools, that sort of thing. Freight elevators.
I want deployable shields so bad. Like, the amount of times that I could have been saved, but like, oh gosh, throw your own shield, duck, instead of just like, oh gosh, and get shot.
And remember the way back FPS demo that they did with the deployable shields and everything. Yeah.
Yep.
What company was that? What was the name of them?
Not Fire Sprite. It was not Insomniac. What was it? It was not Ilphonic.
It was Fire Sprite 2 generations removed.
Yeah. Dang it. That's gonna be a thing. Was it Ilphonic?
Ilphonic. Yep. That's what it was.
Those jerks.
Systemic services and tools working on freight elevators. If this team is working on freight elevators, they are tying this into Quanta, into the economy. So that way, if you are moving something from the back end from Quanta to your hangar, via the freight elevator, it's not just you moving things from your inventory. It's moving things that are, delivered via freight elevator to you as part of how that works. So
yeah,
that's
and it also has to touch Quanta because you're buying it from Quanta, basically.
Mm-hmm. Frontier clothing. I'm hoping they will show this off soon. I'm really looking forward to seeing more of the things that they have. Get that whole Firefly vibe going on.
Mm-hmm.
Everything Star Citizen several generations removed. Oof, size large. Yeah, no joke.
At least 2 now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, when they started developing it, what graphics card were they aiming at? Was it the 9 or was it the 10?
Oh gosh, I don't know.
Because we're on the 40 series now.
Okay, when I first started playing Star Citizen, I had dual 780 GTXs. in SLI. So, yeah. Gen 12 renderer, hooray. Grey Cat industrial salvage tool. So this was very interesting to me, except for they didn't add Grey Cat industrial tractor beam in there as well.
So, in 2012.
So they haven't worked on this.
In 2012,
they haven't worked on
the 690 was released.
Yeah. Yeah, I built a desktop for the first time in a long time to play Star Citizen when they released the Hangar module, and that's why I had dual 780s in order to run the Hangar module at a decent FPS back then. So, but they're getting back to work on the handheld salvage tool, the two-handed one, which is cool. Weapon content team, they're only adding a few days of work. But just
so they did work on it.
Yeah, but it looks like the tech is already there. They're just updating the art and animations in order to bring it out. Hopefully, it will be coming out soon. But apparently they did just work on it a little bit as far as updating it. So hopefully we'll see more work on it soon. Because I want to use that. I want to play around with it. And I also, I really want the two-handed tractor beam. Like, that's what I want. Enough of this little handheld, pistol one.
And also, nerf the pistol one.
Yeah, please. Yeah, nerf the pistol one into the ground once the big one comes out, for sure. It's too powerful for something that's small.
Yeah, it should be only able to carry light, like hydrogen 1 SCUs. That's it.
Yeah.
None of this
weapons
lead
and stuff. But if you have like a body with armor and gear that probably weighs
I think that should be like the
25 kilos or something, then you should need the bigger one, I think. I think that's probably going to happen.
Anything you can equip to a body should be like the upper limit. Like the heaviest body should be the upper limit of the small one. Anything above that should be the big one, because if you take away the ability to move bodies with the small one, that's can be really annoying for loot goblins. And I think it's unnecessarily annoying to take that away from them.
Ghost, I don't know if you've watched it. I did a big segment on tractor beams way back when. It's up on my channel now. But what I'm really looking forward to seeing with vehicle tractor beams is how they differentiate between the is it Grey Cat that makes the ones that are on the like the SRV and the 315P? Because we now have two different types of vehicle tractor beams. We have the sort of standard ones that we've known about for a while, which I'm pretty sure were Grey Cat. But now MISC makes tractor beams, their own proprietary tractor beams for their own ships, like the Hull C. It's the ones that you've seen on the concept art for the Hull C are the same ones that you see on the concept art for the Expanse. And they're MISC manufactured tractor beams using Xeon tech. So I want to see how in game the two types of tractor beams function differently, or like what the different advantages, disadvantages are, because I think that's going to be really interesting to see how that plays out. Why would you use one over the other? Hacking Tier 0 got a little bit more work from Squadron 42 UI. We know this is a Squadron 42 feature, so they haven't worked on it since November. They added a little bit more work. This is the feature that I think is the reason that the Legionnaire was taken off the roadmap. When the Legionnaire was removed from the roadmap, they said it was due to a Squadron 42 like prerequisite or deliverable or something like that. For some reason, they were working on this for Squadron 42. It wasn't done yet or whatever, so they weren't going to work on the Legionnaire until that was done. And I'm pretty positive that was hacking. And looks like they're getting back into working on hacking after not having worked on it for a few months. So hopefully they're getting pretty close. Design and art, we'll see. The Hex tool, and this is a dev thing, it's not for us, but Hex tools feature set to enable player relations and developers to view and manipulate real-time data from all the microservices in the mesh. so it's this is what will allow them to see all the data from all the services that they are building in the mesh that connect to. When people think of server meshing, they think of just the dedicated game servers meshed together in order to form the game universe. And it's not just the game servers. The mesh is the game servers and the PES system, with the entity graph and the replication layer and Quanta and all the different other backend services that all tie into these things.
ATC,
it's a giant
Atlas,
web.
There's a ton of them.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, all the microservices. And this will also allow player relations to go in and fix like if you report a player for, let's say, teleporting and whatnot, they can go in and say, that player is teleporting because we can see the data because of Hex. Or
exactly.
There's a money thing. We can see that, his thing, he didn't complete a mission, but his money jumped. Kind of thing. This is what Hex basically opens up the data that's being generated by all these microsystems to the player relations team and says, here's everyone's profile and here's all the stats we have on them. So whether you need something fixed on your account or somebody's been reported for something, they can go in and they can see it and then take the necessary actions for it. So really good feature right there, especially because it's being built not just for the game, but also all the microservices of the entire mesh. So will be a great tool, not only for player relations, but also for other developers, like, the team that has to figure out if you die while a server is transferring authority, what happens? They're going to need to know that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Aetherdrift says, are you going to talk about how in meshing together they were discussing whether they should make interspace separate from the DGS? So I thought that part was interesting, and it's
I don't want to talk anything about the ISC on server meshing until the rest of the series is done.
Exactly, and that's when they get done with it. I think Nazeris and I will do like a full-on recap.
Yes,
of it.
I think we should,
because separating it out makes draws out the information over a long period, and so collating it into something concise is going to be important. But I think what they were talking about is the separating the problem of transitioning from server to server within a system mesh versus transitioning from one system mesh to another system mesh. So that way, they can deliver Pyro without having multiple servers simulating Pyro, but it's still server meshing in that you have a server simulating Stanton, server simulating Pyro, and you are transitioning from one to the other in a similar but different manner than you would transition from the server handling Microtech to the server handling Hurston. But it doesn't. It means that they are separating the two problems. They'll work on one and then work on they'll be working on them in tandem. But they want to make sure that if they can get Pyro out in Q4 or Q3 or whatever, in one way, and then get full on static server meshing out in like the next patch, something like that. That's the way I understood it. So, but we'll see, because that wasn't exactly super clear. But
nothing was super clear in that episode. That's why I don't want to talk about it. We have all the information.
But it's
like there was a lot said without nothing being said.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up though, because on that note, they do have an engineering dev. But he's graphics team. Never mind. But yeah, so graphics team adding a bunch more work to jump points. So they are ramping up production on jump points in order to get them all polished and ready to go in advance of something soon. Life Support Tier 0, we talked about that. Gameplay features working on it. Lockable containers as part of hacking gameplay. So EUPU gameplay feature team is working on lockable containers with design and engineering devs. So
not exclusively hacking, but does tie directly into hacking.
Yep.
Because you can have a combination lock that is technically a locked container, and you have to go find the code somewhere like they did in the Pyro demo. But
Lockable containers will add the ability for designers to lock entities with either physical or electronic locks, which can be opened with a key or forced open via cutting, destroying, or hacking the lock.
Speaking of cutting,
eventually we'll be able to hack it, but cutting tier 2?
Yeah, that's not one of the things that was updated.
Lorville Cityscape we know all about. Map and radar system rework.
There's a lot more of these we've been speaking of.
So Squadron 42 UI team, obviously they added a bunch more work to that. End date was extended from mid-February out to mid-March, but there's a whole lot of people working on a whole lot of things for the map and radar system. So hopefully soon
Which
TM,
includes the FPS stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like
but you got to read the monthly reports to really understand where they are with it, because they're doing polish work. They're working on aesthetics. It's they're adding a few, but like the base functionality is all in, and they're adding features and polishing them and testing them. Like the work is well underway.
Jake has seen it working a while ago.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and it's this isn't like, oh, this is Star Map Tier 2. No, this is a complete throw out, shut down, rebuild of the entire map system.
Yeah.
That's why this map system is able to transfer from space to ground.
Oh.
It is going to be a very polished, maybe not bug-free, I doubt it, because it's Star Citizen.
Yeah.
But a very polished, a very nice looking, because it's built for Squadron First, it's gotta look good, and a very feature-rich map system.
Yeah.
And I cannot
wait
to see
the way they've been
whole
describing the work for the map and radar rework is very much the same vein in the way they've been describing the Mobiglass rework and the MFD rework. All these things are progressing in parallel, and the way they're describing how far along they are in the work is very similar. So these teams are really busting their asses to get these things out, because they need to get them out for Squadron 42 as part of testing, making sure everything works right. It's not just for the PU, but they're underneath the gun for Squadron 42, so they have to get these things done. Yeah, more poutine. Yeah. Whole C audio team, 2 devs, 9 tasks, added 2 months of work. But it's audio, it's downstream, but they only it only goes out to March, so we will see if that gets extended.
If it's not in 319, I'll eat a steak. I don't know. It's like
I've been saying it for a while now. The whole C, I don't think it's going to come in until we not only have vehicle tractor beams, but also have quantum economy. I don't think we're going to be getting the whole C with buying thousands of SCU of something at a time and selling on margin. I don't think they're going to introduce it until it has the intended functionality of you moving cargo under contract in bulk. And we just don't know when that is because they haven't been talking about it. Yeah. So they have talked about this. So it's like, I get everybody wants their whole C, but I don't think we're going to get the whole C with the way that the economy works right now and the limited functionality.
I'd be happy with it not taking any cargo at the moment. I just want to buy the whole C.
Well, yeah.
Just get, like, we've been hearing about it for literal years. It's been done for years.
Yeah.
Just let me fly it.
I hate the idea.
And this is the problem.
This
is the problem with their transparency, but we don't want to release ships without gameplay. Then don't stinking tell us about it if you're not going to release it.
But then then you're not transparent. It's a double-edged.
You can't have both. You either have cake or you get to eat it. You can't have both.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot have both. Either you tell us about the ships that are done and you give us the ships, or you do the thing that you've done with literally every other ship and don't tell us about it until you put it in the game, which is why we have unknown ships on the roadmap.
Yep. NPC scheduler service. This is a very important service for Bounty Hunter V2. Yes, that work goes all the way out. So they stopped working on it in at the end of August. And they just added more work to it. This team, more engineering devs, because they got engineering devs back because PES is now in the main dev branch, blah, blah, blah.
Cool.
but it doesn't mean that this is when the sprint finishes. It doesn't mean that that is when the work is finished, but it also doesn't mean that the deliverable itself can't be released before then. So we don't know. But this is one of those things where, Bounty Hunter V2 soon. This is needed for Bounty Hunter V2, and the NPC scheduler is what tells AI to transition from subsumption to virtual to quanta, and vice versa, however all that works. And has them, when they're not physicalized, running their schedule and acting like real people, but ethereal in the back end, and reporting things.
It also dictates what archetypes of NPC you'll see in a given area: pirates, security, haulers, people going to work, people leisuring, landing zone in a station, what traffic you see. NPC schedule is what composition it is.
Yep.
We also skipped a little past Mobiglass rework. That also got a little extended.
Oh yeah, I just mentioned that in
January.
with the MFD and all that. So
okay,
yeah,
okay, a little more work, but still, it's a squadron thing. So they're working on it for squadron. We'll see it after it's done for squadron. Then they'll hand it over to the PU teams.
We know the Origin X1 is in production. Hooray! Persistent Halves, we already talked about that. End date extended because they stopped working on it way back in November of 2021. And they now it's getting these teams added and working out to end of August. Evening Access, how you doing? Obviously PES and server meshing, that sprint's just going to keep on going until we have full dynamic version 2.
Can you imagine the day it stops?
Yeah, it's perfect. It's physical damage and breakability. So this got its work extended with the physics team. They're continuing to work on this. So this is a big feature though. And they have shown this off in little bits and pieces here and there, but this is where you have like the deformation of things based off of real-time physics calculations. So making use of the physics engine to create a system that looks and behaves realistically when large objects such as ships are damaged by weaponry or colliding with other ships. So no more just things damage, break off. It's bending and twisting and creating holes and all that. It's going to be a really cool system once it's in.
Yeah. Was this like we saw physical damage way back with the Gladius demo of physical damage where they wrote RSI on it with the Gatlin. Did it get like additional feature to become physical damage and breakability? Like, is this an iCache scenario where they're like, yeah, we want physical damage. There's your physical damage.
Oh,
what about breakability? Like, because before it looked, they were talking about like just shots on the ship do X looking damage, and but post this being called breakability, where they started talking about ships colliding and, like you said, deformation.
I think this is like a tier 2. The initial version was the Gladius thing from way back when, and they talked about how old that was when they're talking about salvage. And this is the going from Planet Tech tier 2 to Planet Tech tier 4 or version 4. Because the way they've described it in the past, it's a huge step forward in the way the damage system works, both visually but how it all calculates it out.
Now, is it
ropes?
Is it BeamMG level of bendability?
I don't know. We'll find out. Because there's been little clips here and there of things bending and breaking and creating holes and all that, making dents.
I don't remember any of these clips. I don't know.
Old. Space Tomato did a good video on it a while back. Play interaction experience. We know what that is. They're working on all that stuff.
First 30 minutes.
Yeah, first 30 minutes. Well, it's not just the first 30 minutes, but it's basically making it, how we interact with the game is getting a big revamp and update. Quantum simulation, again, one of those things that's going to keep on getting worked on for a while, but they added another engineering dev. They've got a design dev with some tasks. The design dev with tasks is interesting because along with the engineering devs working on things to tie it all into the game and make it work, design makes me think that they are working on how it's designed as far as balancing and adding things and letting the simulation play out and seeing how it works out and tweaking it, all that. Quantum travel experience, thank God they're working on that. I hate quantum travel how it is right now. It's so janky and but again, UI team going ham on all their things to make all these things when flying your ship around and even when you're on foot, just be that much more functional and appealing. RSI links, yes. Audio was assigned. Downstream team. So
I think we're getting the links at Invictus.
I think so too. I think it's probably a thing.
I don't know if that was said, but I think that's where we're getting it. Also, we have no images of the links.
Mm-hmm. But the fact they have downstream added already, that's it's good. Resource management end date extended from June, end of June to end of September. Again, they're continuing to work on it. They're going to be working on this for a while, but the EU gameplay feature team, is basically picking up a lot of the workload from the vehicle content team. It looks like, because it says vehicle content US freed up 46 days of work, but gameplay feature team added 112 days of work, 2 engineering and 3 design devs. So, we will see how this shapes up. I imagine we're going to get more updates on it and how it looks. Polaris extended the EU vehicle content sprint, and now they added more art devs. So they are ramping up production on the Polaris. Instead of 4, it's now 7. Salvage vehicle munching, start date was corrected from 10 to the beginning of, from October to the beginning of January. End date has moved closer. So they're going to work on this for a few months. We'll see how much longer they work on it. How big of a priority it is.
I wonder if vehicle munching has talents in damage and breakability.
I would not be surprised at all.
Right. I think they seem like one would have the other. So I imagine we can't have vehicle munch, just like we couldn't have salvage before PES.
You can't pull the whole vehicle into the muncher. You have to cut it up.
Right. So I imagine like those two will be coming in together, much like Salvage 2.0 and PES needed to happen together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And there's only one engineering dev working on it. So
so the engineering works over on the vehicle, the breakability side.
Yeah. Security Network V1 end date has been extended from end of June to end of September. Again, this is one of those microservices that this feeds into Bounty Hunter V2. Mission feature team is doing work on it, so that's a good thing. So hopefully this is something that they'll be getting out the door, this year as part of Bounty Hunter V2. Squadron 42 vehicle support. This is just an all-encompassing sprint for gold standard stuff. Spit and polish on all the gold, on all the Squadron 42 ships. Whether they are, they have a Vandal fleet sprint, but basically everything that's in Squadron 42 in order to get them ready to go. And this is a huge priority, as you can see, audio, downstream, but all these teams getting the ships up and ready to go in order to be ready for Squadron 42's eventual release. So
they added also another art dev to vehicle content with it. They added 2 more audio.
They're adding more resources. Yeah.
Like
as John Cruz said, this is a big priority. This is part of the reason that they're not working on the BMM to get Squadron 42
and
out.
This is not just like, oh, we need the X ship gold standard. This is also like, hey, this artist or this narrative member says we need this ship to look more like this, or have this paint, or this light needs to be changed to this way. It flickers the wrong way. Any work they need to do on any vehicle, it just gets thrown into vehicle support. So literally, it could be a million different things that they're doing at any given time.
Yep.
Several million. There's a lot of ships and a lot of bits of ships. So, like, any vehicle task ever needed for Squadron just randomly falls into this category.
Star Words improvements and test runner improvements. Tools team. Test runner provides a standard setup for configuration files. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, boring. Don't care. Not interested.
Hey, QA is great. Don't trash QA.
Yeah. It's not, well, it's
QA
not
is
trashing
the
QA.
saviors.
It's just, it's gibberish that I don't understand. Unannounced vehicles continuing to get work. This one extended. So let's see. Which is the one? Is it
1, 2, 3,
this
4, 5.
one?
We only have 4. We only have 4 unannounced things on the roadmap right now.
Yeah. It's like the smallest that number has ever been.
Mm-hmm.
No, it wasn't this one.
Maybe they're just going to stop putting up unannounced stuffs?
Let's see.
No Blizzard. No BMM for you. No BMM for anyone.
No one gets BMM ever again. It's canceled.
Your tears. I fuel my whole seat with the tears of BMM owners.
Where's the right one?
There's only 4. Which one do you look for?
This one. This is the one with the really long vehicle concept sprint. And this was 2 concept artists from beginning of February 2022.
Did Anvil Cap ship?
Yes. Literally,
I'm pretty convinced.
Literally 13 or 15 months of vehicle concept art. So essentially concept art and then white box while vehicle
that is
content.
one of 2 things. Or one of 3 things. We'll go one of 3 things, right?
Mm-hmm.
4. Okay, fine. 4. 4 is my last answer. One of 4 things. Anvil Capital ship, bigger Liberator, something closer to the Jupiter. So like the Hercules, or not Hercules, but the like C3 kind of thing. Or work on the Polaris. But we know the Polaris, so it wouldn't be unannounced.
Yep.
Polaris. Pegasus.
But yeah, it's that wouldn't be unannounced either. Oh, Pegasus. Sorry, I thought you said Perseus.
Pegasus. But the Pegasus is announced, so
yeah. I feel like that would be under. I think Squadron 42 vehicle support also covers the unannounced Squadron 42 ships, like the unannounced capital ships that were in that leaked clip that I went over, Lore Equals Gameplay episode. But yeah, so this one had that super long concept phase, lots of concept art. So it's either something very new or very large. And then, but now it's going into production and has 3 artists and a designer and tech content getting to work on it over the next few months. This sprint will also, I'm sure get elongated as they continue to work on it, but I'm pretty sure it's pretty big. Vehicle tractor beams,
Pegasus,
yay.
Yeah. The Pegasus won't be on the roadmap till the earliest we get the announcement for the work starting on Squadron 42 Episode 2. They've already said that it is a Squadron 42 Episode 2 thing, not an Episode 1. It is a squadron ship, though it's technically smaller than the Bengal, so players maybe? CG, please? Please?
Let's see. Hold on. I'm
gonna have to start a new war, Cult of the Pegasus. Quick. Yeah, but yeah, I really, really hope that the Pegasus is a player ship. Like, it's a dedicated carrier. It's just a big flying room, basically. Which is none of those.
Just saying. This could be the new Pegasus. We don't know.
It looks horrible.
I didn't make it.
Looks like somebody chewed up a Bengal and spit it back out. Like,
this is obviously a carrier.
It has a flight deck. Doesn't make it a carrier.
Has a flight deck. There's obviously a hangar underneath here. but that I did a whole episode about all the lore surrounding why these ships exist in this way, because they're built
never
off
concede.
of the Pegasus in the way that we know it doesn't exist anymore.
I will never concede. We got the Bengal looking exactly like a Bengal. I want my Pegasus.
The Pegasus isn't going to look unique. Hey, Max Skinny, welcome. Glad to have you. First time chat. But let's see. So vehicle tractor beams, yay. Again, this is one of those things where it's like, how long are they going to be working on this for? They just added more work to it, so hopefully soon. Yeah, I know a lot of people like the old white box. A lot of people like the old white box for a lot of ships. I hated it.
But they also said that's stuff for Squadron 1. They said Pegasus will not be in Squadron 1. That stuff is for Squadron 1. So if it's in Squadron 1, it's not the Pegasus. I win.
I don't know. They said that ages ago.
But that's the reason they wouldn't change it. They knew it was beyond the scope of the first game. They're not going to rescope to include the Pegasus.
I don't know.
If they rescope, it's in farther, not out
that
farther.
That looked like a very obvious escort carrier, and I don't see RSI having multiple escort carriers. And the Pegasus as it was does not look like design language from RSI as RSI is now, and the lore is very clear about how RSI designs ships, and how the other capital ships by RSI are designed, came essentially after the Bengal, and it's a modular design. It's just, it sucks. I hated the old one, but that's just because the old one looked old. It didn't look like it fit in the Star Citizen universe that we have now. It didn't fit in with RSI as it is now, but that's just me. Anyway, virtual AI service. Again, very much needed for not only Quantum, but for Bounty Hunter V2. Adding a lot of work to that. So hopefully, that's something we'll see this year. It's hard to know. I'm hoping that we'll get an SCL talking about it, or an ISC, update, something. Volt Fresnel.
That's a Pegasus.
That's one of the Volt weapons, and weapon misfire.
Yes, all the Volt weapons are now done, and we haven't had the first one in game.
Yeah, and we have 0 of them. When do I get to zap people?
Everything that I know of is done for them. So, because we got the electricity damage back when the taser thing came out.
Yeah,
the pistol and the rifle.
I don't know.
Why are all the Volt guns done and we not have them? I don't get it.
Well, and they keep on working on this one, and they keep on dragging out this sprint on the SMG, and it's like, okay, is this like the prototype one that they're building it?
But if you just look up Volt, if you just
I've seen the other ones.
Out of it. They're all done.
Yeah, well, and they've shown them in engine doing things and zapping people, and people go zap and then drop. So I don't know what else needed to be done or why we don't have them, other than maybe they're just holding on to it until bounty hunting and incapacitating people is more of a thing. I'm just guessing, just throwing shit out there and seeing if it sticks. Anyway, that's it for the roadmap roundups and the ShinyTracker reports. If you have not used ShinyTracker, I highly encourage you to use ShinyTracker. Nazeris and I pour over this all the time. If you
only took us 2 hours.
Yeah, well, it was a lot of updates, and there's going to be more. But if you have questions about this, hit up Nazerai. We will help you out. It's just one of those things that requires some time and effort, but once you get it figured out, it makes a lot more sense. It helps you make sense of the roadmap updates and the changes to the progress tracker. It's just another data point that's really valuable. But let's go ahead and close that group, and then we are going to move into our Spectrum Pulse for the evening. And this will probably be a little bit long, but I think you guys are going to enjoy it and find it informative. So let's... I need to go back up to the top, and I'm going to have to open up tabs.
I'm mulling over what you said still, and it's kind of just sticking in my head, and I don't like it.
What?
The whole Pegasus not looking like it should.
You got to go watch the episode, man.
I've seen at least some of it.
Give me my views. Give me my views, Naz. I want my views. No, there's a lot of really good lore behind it, and you know.
The reason I don't want to go watch it is because if you convince me, I don't want
you to make sense. I don't want you to make sense.
You don't get how emotionally attached I am to this ship. Like,
I've got an idea for you, Naz.
This was like my ship. This was like my end
I've got an idea.
This has always been.
Once you're done with the bulk, build the Pegasus. How it was. After you're done with the bulk, then build a Pegasus, and then you can do a role-playing thing in it or something like that, or find a way to import it into Space Engineers or something. I don't know.
Or I can convince CIG like, hey, I'll pay you like $5,000 if you can make me a vintage Pegasus.
If that's an option, I will pay them a lot more than $5,000 for my LPD.
Ready to throw like 5,000 down the old Pegasus. I need it.
All right, that's a total of 10. John, Crew,
$10,000 for a Pegasus. CAG, do you dare?
$10,000 for a vintage Pegasus. Yeah. All right, so like we talked about earlier, if you weren't here earlier, we are going to be doing our Spectrum Pulse this evening on the road to 100 star systems. And you may not have seen the podcast episode that Nazeris and I did on the ship backlog and the ship pipeline, but we did a somewhat similar Spectrum Pulse on those, talking about what their plan is and how what they're doing in order to get rid of the to make their way through the ship backlog. Well, they have a plan for making their way through all the building the star systems, because we only have one. Essentially two if you count Pyro being all but finished at this point,
and then, almost 3 with Levski being in its own system.
Yeah, and then Odin for Squadron 42, and who knows what else is in Squadron 42, but we know that they're essentially done with multiple star systems, at least to the point that Stanton is done. Obviously that number of 5 is a far cry from 100. The Montreal ship team is going to be helping with the backlog. The reason they're building that ship team is to increase throughput. And that's one of those things that Nazeris and I talked about in that episode is, with the growth of, we talked about the growth of CIG, the planned growth. Part of that planned growth is, increasing the size and scope of various teams in order to increase throughput. Whether it's throughput for vehicles or star systems or, outfits for your character, interactables for and props for your hab and your ship, all that, all these things, they are hiring more people to use the tools that they have been developing and refining over the years. And so Nazeris and I are going to talk about a bunch of those tools and the tech that have been developed. But there's to start this off, and Nazeris and I we're gonna do kind of like what we like to do with like the monthly reports. We're gonna sort of alternate. We've broken this up into segments, and we're going to alternate where I'll take a piece and then Nazeris will take the next piece in order to keep things flowing nicely. But we have a lot. The show notes for this episode, for this segment, is a lot. There's a lot of information that Nazeris and I have been digging up. And we're going to show you all of it, as well as read through, summarize things. But, if you can't watch this full episode right now, you can go back and watch it later. If you don't want to watch the whole thing, you can just check out the show notes and the episode description on YouTube, and you can look at all this stuff for yourself, and you can be like, oh my gosh, this paints a very clear picture of what's going on. So was rewatching this video when we were doing the episode on Quantum, and where Tony Z is in Quantum, and this quote really stuck out to me.
And before we play that, this first section is kicking the production into overdrive.
Yes, this first
header in there.
Yep, production into overdrive. We've named these, and I'll as Nazeris is doing. So I'm going to cover one bit, and then we each have a segment under this, and then I'll open up the rest of the tabs because we got a lot more tabs for the different parts. Because we're going to cover the different parts of a star system that CIG has been building tools in order to fill up a star system with not only locations but content. So it's yep. Make sure we're at the right spot. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So
maybe. Thus far, we've been focused entirely on a single system, Stanton, which includes 4 planets, 12 moons, 225 economic nodes, 44 trading outposts, 13 rest stops, and 50 asteroid fields. So yeah, it's really big. The point of this presentation then is to give you a better understanding of how, when the first one's taken so long, we're aiming to kick things into overdrive so that we can deliver new systems much more quickly. This involves, obviously, a lot of...
Okay, so, I thought I had closed captioning on. So, he talks about how there's so much... Oh, there was an ad? Okay, so Tony Z, this is the CitizenCon 2949 2019 presentation on quantum, when he first introduced quantum to us. And I'm sure Nazeris and I were both watching this and drooling at the same time because we couldn't close our mouths while we're listening and watching. But this is the very beginning. And so he points out, thus far we've been focused on a single star system, Stanton. He talks about how, all the planets and the moons, the economic nodes, the outposts and stuff, the shops, at the stations, asteroid fields, etc. It's really big. And he's like, goes on to say, the point of this presentation then is to give you a better understanding of how, when with the first one, the first star system, has taken so long, we're aiming to kick things into overdrive so that we can deliver new systems much more quickly.
First one's taken so long, we're aiming to kick things into overdrive so that we can deliver new systems much more quickly. This involves, obviously, a lot of different areas: procedural generation of terrain, modular art.
Procedural generation of terrain. Planet tech.
Sets, algorithmic detailing of buildings and interiors.
Modular art sets. The modular art sets is totally the Rastar tool. That's a modular system with art sets and everything, and as they build it, it just automatically puts in the art sets based off of what they're looking to build. And it comes prepackaged, ready to go as part of the module as they connect all these modules together. Along with the procedural locations tool. But detailing of buildings and interiors
and a lot of other stuff. For the
algorithmic, so different areas, procedural
generation of terrain, modular art sets, algorithmic detailing of buildings and interiors, and a lot of...
So it doesn't catch the algorithmic part on the closed captioning, but he says algorithmic detailing of buildings and interiors. So what did we just
another way to say procedural, but yeah.
Yeah. What did we just see on ISC about building interiors? How they're going to build all these buildings, but they're going to use the tools that they...
buildings.
Chat GPT buildings, yes.
Yes, but actually no.
Well, yes, but no. Yeah, that's. I mean, you're not wrong, Shimpasta, because it's kind of how it is, where the designers basically tell the tool, this is what I want in within this space. This is what I want, and then the tool has a rule set, and then it's done. And that does like 80% of the work. That's how the procedural locations tool works. And they're building it that way, so that way they can use it for asteroid facilities, underground facilities. It already works for stations, and I guarantee you they're going to use it for the building interiors. So that way they don't have to hand place all of this stuff. They just have a rule set for different building types, and then it will generate a building interior out, procedurally. So that way they're different, but they have the things that are required in them, but they look different on the inside. They're different set up differently. So let's listen to the rest of the quote.
Other stuff. For the purposes of this talk, though, I'm going to focus on what I call the dynamic content.
So dynamic content being quantum. So he just talked about how they're going to use these tools in order to build the things within a star system, the planets and moons. They have tools for the spacescaping, asteroid belt, asteroid fields, asteroid belts, the gas clouds, a nebula. But then he also mentioned, basically says in fancy words, talks about the tools that they later showed in this CitizenCon as well as later on with Rastar, with the procedural locations tool, and how those things all tie into, Quantum, the system that he is developing, as well as other systems to create dynamic content. And that way they don't have to hand make everything. All these systems feed into each other. All these locations feed into these systems to create dynamic content. And then they add to that with handcrafted content. They polish it, but a lot of it is just dynamically generated and living and breathing. So it's a holistic process that takes a long time to build, but once it's built, then it just builds on itself, using algorithms, using procedural generation, in a tool set manner. So I thought that quote was really, really interesting and very enlightening about CIG's methodology, the method to the madness, the recipe that they're working off of. And, they tell us straight up, this is what we're doing. This is how we're doing it. This is the plan. But people miss out on these quotes, and without, these quotes and then understanding the things that he was referring to, you don't have the context in order to put all the pieces together to really understand where they're going with this. They told us in 2019, over almost 3.5 years ago, that CIG has a plan to kick production of star systems into overdrive in order to fill the game up with locations to visit and dynamic content for those locations. It says it verbatim. So it's pretty interesting. And let's see, the next part is the road to release presentation. And let's see, where are we?
Should be where you're supposed to be.
Yeah, make sure. 1440. Here we go. Yep.
Actions will mean something in it. And that.
So he just got done talking about full persistence, PES. This is where we are right now. This is from the 2948 Road to Release presentation at CitizenCon 2018. I was here with Paul for this presentation. The night before, Paul and I got a little bit too tipsy. I was still hungover at this point, but I was so excited and I had so much energy drinks on board that I wasn't feeling it. But this is where we are with full persistence in PES. And it's taken longer to get here than they originally thought because of the research and development of building a system that will handle PES at the scale that or persistence at the scale they need it to. But then
a very, very important part of the 11th pillar. And the last one, if we go forward, Paul, is server meshing. So when we get server meshing, that is, we think, the last piece of the puzzle to have the full game experience. And this is our ability to go, right now we have about 50 players on a server. We probably will be able to increase that number because of bang following and stuff, but it's still going to cap out at
bang following. Oh man, closed captioning always cracks me up. Bind culling.
level. With server meshing, we'll be able to get to thousands of players playing concurrently in the same locations, star systems. They're not all going to be able to have 1,000 people dogpiling together. They won't be able to render it all at the same time, but you certainly will be able to have 1,000 people on the planet of Hurston, for instance. So the server meshing is the last key piece, because that will allow us to have a truly massively populated universe of players as well as AI, and having servers that dynamically scale up and down to take care of the processing needs of that. And so from our standpoint, in terms of what we would think is the experience when you guys can sit in and play the game day after day and not worry about it getting wiped, not worrying about, oh, I'm going to do something for a day or two and there's no point because they're going to reset the system. When we get to full persistence and server meshing, that's our marker. And sure, after that, we've got planets to do and star systems, and we're going to have continual feature development. But this is an online live game, and so for us, we don't have a particular viewpoint in terms of, oh, that's it. This is where we finish it, and we don't do any more work. It's like literally, we kind of view, as long as you guys want to live in this universe, every 3 months.
So another important piece of context in that, PES is in, they've got a few more things to iterate on in order to stabilize it and add, some more functionality to it. But they are, they just showed us their big old server meshing summit. They've been doing a server meshing summit, every year for several years now. They didn't just start working on it, folks. But server meshing is in full production, and they've been working on the services, the microservices that feed into it for years. And so we are on the cusp of server meshing. And granted, it's going to take probably, all of this year just to get static server meshing into the PTU, and then next year we'll be getting it into live, and then, working on the various iterations of dynamic server meshing. But, literally, this year we are on the cusp of, that final pillar. They still have to work on things like the organization system, and better integration into the game. That's one of the
literally
pillars.
Everything else.
Yeah. But, as far as the major pillars of the game, that's, this is where we're at. But he also mentions how they're going to continue to build star systems as they continue to develop the game, post server meshing, post PES, but they need to have PES and server meshing in order to incorporate more star systems and star systems that persist in the way that we as players want them to, so that way we get that impact of feeling like we are building something, we are doing something that matters. It isn't like WoW, where you come back to that zone that you were just in and all the NPCs just respawned and everything's back to the way it was when you first walked in.
Yeah, server meshing is the end of the beginning.
Yep. And this next bit is I had it pulled up and it loaded it back up at the top.
Oh, fun. That's super fun. All right, so continuing on the Overdrive conversation, we had a very nice chat letter from the chairman. So I'll read it mostly word for word, and we'll kind of summarize as we go. So this part was taken when he started talking about their plan and how they're going to roll out and what kind of technologies go into the current vision that they're working on right now for server meshing. So we will start with static server meshing, where different servers are assigned to simulate different entity zones in a star system. So a planet or a collection of planets, basically, they'll be assigned what they're going to cover. We'll cover how that will differ later on. Entity zones, sometimes referred to as local grids, are separate simulation areas. The inside of a spaceship is a different zone to the space around which the spaceship flies. A planet is a different zone than the star system zone where all the planets and moons exist in. And a landing zone can also be a different zone nested inside the planet zone, nested inside the system zone. Boxes within boxes. At first, the servers will be bound to fixed zones, but quickly move to dynamic server meshing v1, where we will assign servers where we assign servers dynamically to entity zones based on gameplay and simulation load. This will be much more efficient use of servers in the cloud, as you only need servers where players are, whereas in static server meshing, you have servers assigned to a zone even if there are no players there. So, the first version, the version we get hopefully by the end of this year, is they say basically ArcCorp and Hurston, you're in server 1, Microtech, Crusader, you're in your server 2. Even if they launch the server and literally nobody's in the star system, the server's still running. So they're completely just burning money on that server. Absolutely just burning the money. Even if one player is on Crusader and the other 200, however the server cap goes up or whatever, is on ArcCorp, or all the players in the entire star system in that shard are in Pyro, and it's still simulating Stanton. That's what they're going to run into with static server meshing. But they, like I said, quickly move to dynamic server meshing 1. And that gives them the ability to not fully dynamic, but the zones that they have laid out will be able to be dynamically assigned anywhere. So a planet or a landing zone, a spaceship can be gifted over to a different server. And that server can take more authority over different zones or less authority depending on how many players and what is their load on the server itself. So when we go from static, which they said 2 servers per star system, dynamic can be 1 or it could be 5, depending on what limits they place on it. Now we get into dynamic 2. So dynamic server meshing 2 will take the dynamic assignment of the server one step further by subdividing entity zones into simulation islands. This is organizing the dynamic objects in one zone / local grids into groups based on which objects can interact, collide with each other, allowing these islands to be distributed between servers to, again, help balance the simulation load. At this point, we should be able to handle tens of thousands of players all playing the same PES universe shard, bringing Star Citizen much closer to the ultimate goal of a huge living universe densely populated with players and AI. So, the thing that makes Dynamic 2 so much better than Dynamic 1 is that it doesn't have to say, well, I can do Area 18 or I can do all of ArcCorp. Dynamic V2 says, okay, well, a lot of people are in Astro Armada, but no one's in really
Mighty
the rest
Bridge
of
is
the
a plugin.
Area, the rest of the landing zone. So I'm going to keep my authority over Astro Armada, but the other server that's generating the space around ArcCorp can have the rest of the landing zone, while it shrinks the simulation and will focus more on that one place. Or it could say, well, there's only like 1 or 2 people on ArcCorp, so I can actually take on more load, and I can take the space around it, maybe the couple of Lagrange points. And it doesn't have to be any set zone. Or it could even say, well, there's a lot of load in this one spot. Let's say a ship show going on Daymar. Well, normally the Crusader area server takes care of Daymar, but a lot of players are going there, and they've even somehow, I don't know how they do this, maybe NPC crew or something. There's a lot of NPC there as well. So maybe all of the NPC load is going to be on one server, collisions are going to be on another, so that the server can better handle different layers of the simulation all taking place around Crusader. That is the power of Dynamic 2. It can even split up different kinds of chores, whether that be, let's say, collision or different kinds of simulation or different kind of interactions. So maybe like the flying goes onto one server and landed goes onto another server. I don't know all the different objects that can interact or groups that they have. These are probably terrible explanations of the different groups they have, but it can split them up. This allows the server to be very efficient with not only the space, the like digital space that it actually uses, but also subdividing these jobs so that even if we have much more players in the same spot loading a lot of NPCs, it means that the server can still be under the max load while running nicely. So, to recap all this, we get static server meshing, hopefully by the end of the year, in some form. But the second that is on live servers or even PTU servers, they are furiously trying to get to Dynamic 1. Because Dynamic 1 will save them from burning cash on empty servers. Once they get to Dynamic 1, they have lots of refined time to get to Dynamic 2, which will be able to have the full version and the most optimized version of dynamic server meshing or server meshing in general, which will let us have what they're theorizing, tens of thousands of players all playing together in the same shard. Now, eventually this A shard will be an entire 100 systems, but tens of thousands of players. So I think, unless you have any comments on that tree.
Nope. Yeah.
Right.
Very thorough. And yeah, that's without server meshing, the point of ramping up production on all these star systems is meaningless. And, the foundation for ramping up production, like Tony Z was talking about, is server meshing, and that's why they've been working, Nazeris, you've said this, many times. This is why they've been continuing to work on Pyro, as when iCache didn't work out, and iCache not working out delayed the release, delayed work on server meshing, delayed work on quantum. And so when that didn't work out and they had to go back to the drawing board and reinvent this and create PES, well, they had all this extra time, so they continued to work on the tools. They continued to work on Pyro. They continued to flesh all these things out in order to, continue to work on this process of, hey, we need to eventually, once we get to the point, we need to be able to build star systems, build them rapidly. But we don't want to work on like 5 different star systems right now because, because we don't have any place to put them once they're done. So we're just going to continue to refine our processes while we're waiting on server meshing in order to get Pyro be the most complete it can be. And then once it's in, they ramp up production, just like he just talked about. So
far this has been a lot of the foundational stuff of what the foundation, what I just said, behind what we're going to talk about. Now we're going to start talking about the tech that they're using to actually build the things, now using the tech we've talked about and the release schedule that we talked about.
There's a reason that sprint for Nix was added to the progress tracker, and then they didn't do more work on it, because when they added it to the progress tracker, they thought server meshing was going to be a lot sooner than it is, or than it was. And I would be willing to bet we see that sprint picked back up again, that deliverable picked back up again this year at some point. Because, with Pyro coming online, they are going to want to get to work back on Nix very soon and wrap that system up.
Yep. I imagine we'll be hearing what our next system after Nix will be next year. For sure.
So let's see. Now we're moving on to spacescaping. Oop, this one. No, stop. Dang it.
It just wants to go, man.
Why? Yeah, I hate how whenever I open the tab back up, it starts to... it starts to play again. It's like, no. I will tell you to play when I'm ready. So 57.
There's a option somewhere you can tell YouTube to not autoplay.
I was today years old when. Yeah. So we're starting off with spacescaping just because a lot of the space within a star system is not filled up by planets and moons. There's a lot of empty space, and they've talked about with spacescaping filling up that space with things that are visually appealing but that also have gameplay implications. And they've mentioned how with the gas clouds that they are, that they have, how those gas clouds will have gameplay implications as far as affecting sensors, giving places for you to hide, affecting your how fast you can travel through quantum, all these things. The visual gas clouds that we see have a probability volume, and they can add properties to that probability volume in order to make it so that way it's not just visually appealing, but it has function. It's not just a set dressing. And so this clip was from May 1st, 2020, when they were working. This is sort of like one of the first ones when they were really showing off the gas clouds. And I thought it was interesting because, let's see, at 5717. So this was a Star Citizen, a SCL, Star Citizen Live, and basically he just went through the process of creating a gas cloud, and how it all works. And let's see, it's at, yeah, right there. So
look like
and of course it should go without saying, but we're going to say it anyway. This is less than an hour's work.
Yeah.
Of what we've done.
Yeah.
So what we're showcasing here, what we always showcase on Game Dev, is not even a close approximation to what can actually be delivered with the tools at our disposal, and the work of many folks on the team going through and optimizing and cleaning up. And
yeah, let me show you some of the.
So obviously those gas clouds weren't very detailed, but they were just throwing them in there together because they were showing off the tool that they're using to build the gas clouds. That tool, one of the tools that they use significantly, many of the developers use, is Houdini. And so they use Houdini for a lot of different things, on the art and design side. And so they go through, and this is on May 1st, but he was showing, no, don't play. Okay, cool. And all right, show transcript, close captions. Okay, cool.
in tech updates, on Friday, viewers of Star Citizen Live got an in-depth look at the gas tech being developed for both Star Citizen and Squadron 42. Now, what we showed on Friday's show could be done in about an hour, but what you're seeing here are tests that are much farther along. The idea here is to explore where we can add texture to the spacescapes of the persistent universe, with this test specifically for those wayward space stations found between the planets of the Stanton system. Now, this is look dev in its purest form, as artists explore what's possible as opposed to building something specifically that you'll find around one station or another. Now, once the capabilities have been identified and the process is developed and streamlined, this work will form the basis for gases found throughout the persistent universe, including in asteroid fields, around space stations, near jump points, and beyond.
All right, so there's a lot of important language in there. How they talked about, this is early look dev, this is them working, identifying the process, building the process of how they're going to make these gas clouds and the nebulas, and then going through that process, practicing, and then streamlining the work so that way they have a workflow that is efficient, and they can also identify the tools that they need in order to be able to work faster, to not only shorten the flight time of making a gas cloud, making a nebula, but increase the throughput, how many they can build in a given time with the number of people working on the tools, using that shortened flight time. And that's why this stuff is really important, because they showed the guy using the tool. They're like, hey, we can make a gas cloud really quickly, in a short period of time. And as we refine the process, we can make more and more of these things and make them prettier, but also make them far faster, by identifying the hiccups in the process and identifying what tools we need the tools teams to build for us, so that way we can build them faster. And then we'll watch this last clip really quick. Oh, there it is. The Grey Cat Industrial Tools, the two-handers that I really want. I can't wait.
But up next, asteroids. Friendly space potato or a rocky, dangerous adversary? The Planet Content team has created a new pipeline for better-looking and more varied asteroids, and they're coming your way in the upcoming Alpha 313.
Rocks are boring, but you still need them for the big picture, and if they don't look good, then the big picture will suffer from it. I do have a knack for finding solutions to problems, not necessarily only the ones that are very difficult to find, but also for things that are just like inconvenient. The main reason why we needed new asteroids was that the old ones were using and relying on old tech. Based on that, we wanted to update the process and the assets. As the Star Citizen universe keeps on expanding, there is a need for more variety for asteroids, and that's why we built that new pipeline to allow us to iterate and create more variation much more quickly than before, and with a better quality as well.
Okay, so hopefully you guys picked up on the language that he was just talking about. So the old assets that we had before 313, they used old tech. They were not very performant. They didn't look all that great. And making asteroid fields using that tech and asteroid belts was a time-consuming and not efficient process. So they created a new pipeline in order, they built a new pipeline in order to be able to not only build, new asteroid fields and new asteroid belts more quickly, but also to make them look better and to be able to add more variety to them. Because if you watch the Lore Equals gameplay vids that I do, if you follow the updates to the Galactopedia, there have been if you go and you read about the different asteroid belts that are mentioned in the Galactopedia, there is a lot of descriptors in them about how, what the asteroids are like. And they talk about, not only just visually, but how they're made up. And then there's hints, about what is in them. And so this is part of that. This was in winter 2021, so March 8th, 2021. They're ramping up. They know that they need to be able to deliver more variety for asteroids for other systems, because the asteroids are going to look different. It's a astronomical thing, that not all asteroids look the same. They're not all the same, based off their makeup and the way that they're formed. And so they built a process in order to do that, in order to do it faster, in order to do it in a way that looks better, so that way as new systems come online, they can populate them with asteroid belts and with gas clouds, and not just gas clouds. When I say gas clouds, they're not just talking about the poof clouds, but they're going to use the same tech for the nebula that surrounds I think it's the Glacium ring in Nyx. They're going to use this to fill the entire oh gosh, I just did it in a Lore Equals gameplay update for the Galactopedia update, but there's a whole star system that's just only a couple jumps away that is literally it's filled with a nebula. The whole system is going to be gas clouds and flying through these nebulas, the nebula within the star system, because the star basically went into a nova phase, destroyed a few planets, and those planets, once it shrunk back down, those planets, what was left of them got turned into a nova, essentially, or a nebula. And so, that's why they had to build these tools, so that way when they get to these systems, they can quickly, put these nebula in them, these gas clouds, around jump points, wherever they want them to, and they can put the asteroid belts that are in in most star systems, and asteroid fields in there, but they can put them in there, quickly, almost with a click of a button, but also create more variety, so that way they look visually different, so it doesn't feel like the same old thing over and over again. And then to wrap up the spacescaping aspect of it, I pulled up a few deliverables on the progress tracker. The first one is, let's see, it's the Sol Ed SDF editor. And so this was just a little work by the Planet Tech team way back in 2021. So this sprint showed up in 2021, but right here is where the progress tracker starts. So this work was ongoing before that. But it's the Sol SDF editor is for asteroids. And so it's improve and expand how asteroid field entities are set up on a system scale, including editor support for setting up the asteroid field SDF assigned distance field inside the solar system editor. So this was the work that, part of the work that they did in order to make the new asteroid pipeline that they just talked about. And this was way back when, they were doing this because back then they thought Pyro was coming sooner. We were working on it, but they did this in order to update the asteroids as part, in Stanton. See,
its sign distance field also will help them dither out the asteroid field as you get in or out of it.
Yep.
So where the air in a halo gets very, very, very dense, a sign distance field is literally a way to calculate mass depending on points of a field. So for the shields, it says, okay, here's the ship. The shield has to be exactly on that point, but 2 feet away or 2 meters away, whatever you want to call it. So it's able to make a bubble around the ship that's the shape of the ship. So, and this is bringing all that into the SolEd editor, which literally is point-click star system kind of thing.
Yeah. This is what allows them to, in editor, be able to use the new asteroid pipeline, the new workflow, in order to build these things in the editor instead of having to build them outside of the editor and then import them. And then, oh, you know what? This doesn't import right. This doesn't look right. We have to go back to the tool that we were using. It's, again, part of that new workflow, new pipeline to do things faster, make them look better, and be able to add more variety for the myriad of star systems that we're going to have. Stanton asteroids. Again, this work, occurred, prior to this date because this is when the progress tracker started. But creating replacements for the asteroids currently used in the Stanton system using the new organic asset workflow. So in order to test out this new workflow, in order to build out this new process that they will be able to use over and over and over again and continue to iterate on, they redid the asteroids in Stanton. That's how they practiced. And then the last one is the Sharp Angular Asteroid Pack. All tasks involved in creating and implementing sharp angular asteroid packs for use in the Pyro system. So they, added, they created the new, an additional asteroid pack as part of using the new pipeline. It basically ended here, and then they created new asteroids for Pyro because they thought it was going to be ready, using that new pipeline. And here it is. And this is how long it took them to create that new asteroid pack, and then they use the editor to basically just place them, and then boom, 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 you have asteroids here, and it's done. And it isn't a bunch of hand placement, stuff. This is creating a procedural tool for, and a much more efficient workflow for creating new asteroids, both visually and in function, when it comes to mining them and what's inside them. But then allowing for that to be done in editor far more quickly when new systems come online. And that's it for the spacescaping portion. So, as far as, filling in the space in between planetary bodies and such with, visually appealing things, but things that also have gameplay function. And now we're going to, let's see, where's my other browser? There it is. Nazeris is going to talk about planet tech.
All right. So to give what we're about to talk about a little more context, we have 2 preceding notes to give kind of a barometer on how fast it is when we last heard about the speed of building planets. So way back in the January 2016 monthly report, we heard that Hurston was in previs. They were just starting to work on what Hurston was going to look like. And then in Alpha 3.3.5, we got the added planet Hurston. So that's about 2 years and 10 months after they announced starting previs. That being said, in a YouTube link that I assume Tree's going to pull up.
Let's see. So is it
that one? I don't know which one it is. Let me hit a button here. It's going to open up there. The adventure begins? Yes. Okay. They mentioned how fast they got the literal entire Stanton system rebuilt from the ground up.
But Microtech will be there. And actually, when we roll out V4, we had to redo every single planet and every single moon. So we did that actually in 2 months,
Yes.
which is a testimony of how quicker the workflow is. So not only is the quality better, but the workflow is much better because we basically redid everything. It took us about 2 years and 2 months, which is a really good sign for the future and creating more content. But in 3.8, we will have microtech.
That's huge. God, that's huge.
So we went from 2 years and 2 months. I have 2 years and 10 months from previs, so previs is a little bit before they calculated started work. So they either way, a little over 2 years to 2 months on an entire system. So when we go to Nyx, when we go to whatever is after Nyx, Castor or whatever, within a couple months, like within 6 months, they will have the planet tech portion of the system done. Which means, and that's assuming a long art period of adding foliage and rocks and textures and things for each planet. Which not every planet has unique art. For the ones they do, let's assume 6 months. That's 2 star systems a year. At least, at the very least. But that's 2 months. Okay, let's assume 2 months. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. That's 6 systems. 6 systems with 3 planets, 11 moons. A year. And we know a lot of them are a lot more sparse than that. A lot of them are a lot more sparse. So, and that was way back in... When was that video actually taken? 2019? 2018? That was...
Yeah, this is December 2019 from 2019 CitizenCon.
4 years ago? What do you want to bet? It's much faster now.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah, the fact that they could do that many planets and moons in 2 months, 3 years
back
ago.
then, when they were like just started using this new planet tech. That was the first couple months of V4 being done. And they're that fast. Now they're like, hey, let's make a studio over in Turbulent to do this for us because it'll be like an afternoon for them. Like, that's their job now. Yeah. And I almost guarantee there's already been some previs done on many more systems. Like, to get the resources done they need to. Like, the concept art that we saw at CitizenCon for Pyro had been done way before they started Pyro. So those concept sheets that we saw back when they started working on Pyro, the CitizenCon right after they started showing Pyro, they probably have those for a lot more places. So again, why is Pyro taking so long? Because we need server meshing to put it in. But it means they get to have a higher standard to aim at when they go for the next one. So, next up we have... You pulled up a video.
Monthly report? I think I pulled them up in order from what you had on the OneNote.
I have a letter for the chairman next.
Oh, did I miss one?
Oops. Yep. Server meshing 4.0. So, they want server meshing 4.0, which as an early technical preview to Evocati at the end of, or they wanted at the end of 2022 in Q4 in PTU. So they wanted Evocati to be in server meshing at the end of 2022. That's when they scheduled Pyro to be done. I wrote this 2 weeks ago. My brain's a bit fried. Anyway. So that was in the chairman's letter in the month's report that Tree tried to show. I'm sorry I'm going through these so weirdly. These were mostly just quotes that I pulled together to give reason. Anyway. So in the monthly report, they said that alongside harvestables, the team looked into consumables that players can find throughout Pyro to keep them alive. And the harvestables is a very, I believe it's also a downstream team.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly.
I forget which team does it, but...
The harvestables team?
I don't think there's a specific team. I think it's... They're part of something. Yeah, it's the Interactables team. There it is.
Interactables team. They are a downstream team, which means they're if they're telling us about them on the progress tracker, were within a quarter of their work, whatever they're working on being done. So they really wanted, at the end of this was in August, this monthly report. So the Interactables team was finishing up their work to make sure that players could stay alive in Pyro. They really thought this was going to be done in 2022. So all the work on top of that has been a plus. Moving on to the next link, or the next point. In the monthly report for April 2022, it says, elsewhere, the second round of content for the initial release of the new Colonial Outpost is nearing its final. The Outpost will soon start to be distributed across the Pyro system. Again, this was in April 2022. For its readiness for the release debut. Again, this was still assuming that it was going to come out at the end of 2022. Pyro, that is. And then finally, the last part I have about anything being mentioned about planet content was in the monthly report, August 2021. This is out of order for some gosh darn reason. I don't know how I managed to do that. Anyway, lighting also assisted planet content, making a pass in the atmospheric and color grading setting for Pyro's planets and moons, helping to make each feel unique and interesting. So, all of these things are every note that I had on the planets of Pyro.
Oh.
Even the harvestables. What?
No, I know what you're getting at now. I remember from when we talked.
Okay. This is the last time Pyro had any planet work. This was 18 months ago. They said they could build a system in 2. All the following reference to Pyro has been shops, stations, characters, or whatever. Not the planets. Assuming the bulk of the work was done on planets, it took them 8 months. From the first time we saw it to the last time we heard about it. For a whole system, 8 months of planets. That's not just a planet. That's not rebuilding planets with assets you already have. That is start to finish 8 months.
And that was years ago, shortly after releasing Planet Tech V4.
The Planet Tech team or the planet's team, whoever's building planets, wherever their job is, they're not sitting around doing nothing.
Yeah. And the important part is to mention that it took them 2 months to redo all of Stanton with Planet Tech V4.
With art assets they already had.
Yeah. Using Planet Tech V4, they were able to do that. And then with creating new art assets, for Pyro and everything, adding to that asset pack, it essentially, took them 6 to 8 months to make the planets, planets and moons. And since then, we haven't heard about them making new planets, other than just like downstream teams continuing to polish those sort of things. But the point is, this is them demonstrating what the flight time is to create planets and moons. And if they have the flight time to create planets and moons with the small team that they had working on planets back then, and still prior to them building up the sandbox teams and the location teams and everything, that's how you go from what flight time is, how long it takes you to do something with one set group of people, to throughput, which is how many of these things can you do with multiple teams of people doing the same thing. So you don't just have one team working on planets and building planets, and it takes them 4 or 6 months, 8 months to build a star system. You have 4, 5, 6 teams within the sandbox team building planets and filling them with stuff. Because the sandbox teams have people who build planets, they have people who make space stations and and other locations in space and on the planet and everything. But that's how this all works out. Yeah, they have the river guy. So river guy created procedural tools to populate planets with rivers. Well, now he can just basically click a button, and based off the terrain of a planet that's already generated, it will tell it'll spawn rivers. and the rivers will do their thing. And that's how all this works, is they have been creating and working on the tools and the pipeline in order to be able to get their flight time, in order to create an individual asset, a certain type of asset done in a shorter period of time, and then they grow CIG by a factor of 2, based off their projections, and where they are right now from when they announced that they're going to be, investing into a whole bunch of growth. And that is what allows you to increase your throughput, dramatically, by having so many more people building these things, using the tools and the pipelines that you've already developed.
Yeah, the tech teams that have been building these tools have not been building the tools just for speed, but also, as we saw in the video earlier, higher quality. So rivers were not in the calculation for Stanton or Pyro, so what I just ran through. But now we have perfectly simulated rivers. They run downhill. They have river beds. They have rocks on the side. They have cliffs even. But that didn't take them but a couple seconds of fly time, because that was brought on to the standard they need it in addition. So now that they have their goal, they now can say, okay, we want to add this tech, but it needs to work with the entire rest of the suite. So click planet, click, or like MS Paint, terrain, click rivers, planet done. And the tech teams will continue to build more tools to have higher quality planets faster and of more variety.
Mm-hmm.
Whether that be jungles or ocean, underland rivers, water caves is what I mean. Like whatever they start adding, the tech teams will have a version for them to use that will not inhibit the flight time.
Yeah, they will have the tool ready to go before, okay, hey, we want to work on this system at this point. And in order to do that, we need a tool to do this, this, and this. Okay. And they'll work on that tool well in advance. They'll work on the pipeline for it. And then, when it's, ready for, production, they'll hand it over to the teams and they will make that, as part of the system. But this is what we're trying to lay out, is that, we talked about with spacescaping, how they can very quickly make all these nebula and make the nebula look different and varied from one system to another. Same thing with asteroids. That's part of the spacescaping, and they can do the same thing with planets and moons, planetary terrain, in order to build planets on which to put things for players to explore and build on very, very, very quickly. And then it's on to other teams to build the locations, both in space within the spacescaping, as well as on the planetary and moon locations. And that's what we're going to go on to next. But that's what, it's when you put all these pieces together, when you've been reading all this stuff over and over again and watching these videos over and over again, like Naz and I have been doing for years, it all starts to click and you're like, oh gosh, it makes so much sense. And then when everybody says, oh, CIG doesn't have a plan, and they're just flying by the seat of their pants, and they're like, we just showed you just a few short clips of them telling you what the plan is, and then demonstrating how they're going about implementing the plan and how it all works.
And as far as the Nyx releasing 1 to 2 or 2 to 3 quarters after Pyro, I highly doubt that CIG would put out another star system on static server meshing. They already have the system they need. They're not going to burn more money for the heck of it. They'll wait till they get dynamic, then add in more systems, because they don't want to burn money on a low player count.
Yeah, that's part of the issue, is you can't just continue to add empty space, and then while server meshing is static, if you add another system that is, that requires 4 more servers, as part of that shard, and then there's hardly anyone in there, you're just paying money for servers that you don't need. That's why they need to progress to static. Yeah, it's a money thing, because otherwise they're paying Amazon just crap tons of money, and we all already do that. So I gave them a ton of money when I built this new tower. So yeah. Yeah, but this is just a part of the overall picture. But now we're going to move on to one of my favorite things, and it's really hard to pick because Nazeris and I, we've done segments on Mighty Bridge and the procedural locations tool and Rastar before, and I don't know which one I like better. Because Rastar is the one that we're going to be doing, have for players, but the procedural locations tool, based off the way they've described it, is what they'll be using for. They already use it for space stations. It looks like it's what they're going to be using for, and I'll go under how they talk about it and describe it. But they're underground facilities as well, and assumedly asteroid facilities, which is what if you've been around in Star Citizen for a while, you remember the old asteroid hangar, and I want that back. I want asteroid facilities like that.
I just want hangars back.
Yeah, it's like a Grim Hex, but different. And
so,
different sizes, like how they talked about with underground facilities, small, medium, large.
Yeah. So where we've talked about how they're going to make the servers able to support more places faster. We've talked about how they're going to spacescape faster. We've talked about how they're going to make plants faster. What Tree's about to talk about, is how they're going to make POIs faster. So points of interest, places to go and see. So we've already talked about, like, they've done a few clicks and they have a nebula, 2 months and they have an entire star system. Now we're going to see how fast they can make a point of interest.
Yep. And this is just one way that they make points of interest. This is Rastar is another way that they make points of interest, but they're also planning on us being able to use it for different points of interest. So we'll talk about both. It did it again. You son of a biscuit.
Control F, just control it.
Oh yeah, no, but that means I have to go back and find. Let's see, which part was I looking for?
Montreal tilting.
There we go. Mighty. So this was the January 2022 monthly report, and so this one was really interesting because this is when the Montreal Tools team, which very newly formed, this team has been at this point is less than a year old, and they completed the Mighty Bridge tool. So the Mighty Bridge tool is the integration of Houdini into the editor. So the editor is where they build the game. And specifically, I mentioned Houdini because they use it for a lot of devs, artists, and designers use Houdini for a lot of different things. But I mentioned Houdini back when we were talking about spacescaping because they use Houdini for the gas clouds. And so now they have taken the by building the Mighty Bridge tool and integrating Houdini in the editor, they can create gas clouds in the editor. They don't have to create it in Houdini. They already built this pipeline.
Part of the crew, part of the ship. Part of the crew, part of the ship. Part of the crew, part of the ship. Part of the crew, part of the ship.
It looked like the sound alert was playing. You weren't following. Oh, Paul, my heart, it weeps. Welcome. So yeah, the Mighty Bridge tool, it integrates Houdini directly in the editor. So just by creating this tool and being able to integrate Houdini in the editor, it allows them to take workflows and pipelines that they've already developed for things like spacescaping for gas clouds and do it directly into the game editor. So that way that you lose all that time importing things and then finding out it didn't import the way you wanted. And Paul, thank you for the follow. I much appreciate it. But it saves. It really improves the workflow for anything that you're doing with Houdini, and it allows them to take tools that they use in Houdini and use them in the editor, and it saves a whole lot of time by not having to go back and forth between the editor and Houdini. So we're going to watch a little clip real quick. It was right here. And Yeah. 251. Make sure. There we go. Oh. And listen to the language. I have the subtitles up there.
Their needs. One recent example of a tool we developed is the Mighty Bridge.
Mighty Bridge is a plugin for the game editor that link the game editor to any other software.
Right now, the main usage is to be able to work in Houdini and have some effects directly in Editor.
With the Mighty Bridge, the communication is done in two-way direction. It can send information and ask stuff to Houdini, for example, and Houdini, while doing the computation, is able to say, okay, you want to place a cave here? Give me all the objects in this 50 meters radius so that I can adapt the recipe and then send back the result. And with other technology, you don't have that two-way communication. So it's also help us doing more complex recipe and adapt the content to the game level.
The reason why the Mighty Bridge is important is there's a lot of technical resources and knowledge in all kinds of amazing tools, like, as I mentioned before, Houdini. And by providing a way that artists can interact with the editor from the tools that they know and love and have learned to use over many, many years, they can make more easily the stuff that they want.
There's no time.
All right, I think that was it. So the first iteration of Mighty Bridge allowed them to hook up Houdini to the editor, but it's also being used to hook up other tools into the editor. So that way you can work directly, in the editor, in your tools, in order to get things, that you're building, and you're used to building via pipelines that are already established, and they automatically go right into the editor, and there isn't a whole bunch of downtime in between. And so that's why Mighty Bridge is so dang cool. And if you saw, let's see, they showed examples of Mighty Bridge at work, basically taking recipes, Mighty Bridge as part of the procedural location tool, taking a recipe that is made by a location designer in order to generate a location. And literally it builds it for it, as part of this tool, and it's just incredible, the functionality that it has. So, oh, dang it. Did he get it out of order? But yeah, it's, and what one more quote that I didn't pull up, but they mentioned, it removes the downtime between software and the editor with imports and exports, but they're also future-proofing Mighty Bridge so that they can plug in other software such as Blender, VS Max, Maya, and Substance Designer. So it's not just the locations teams, it's also the teams that use those other pieces of software for anything that they are creating for the game. And I'm not familiar with a lot of those softwares, but I've heard them mentioned by different teams creating all sorts of different things, whether it's weapons. Oh, who did that thing? If you don't already, shout out, who did that? Somebody must have did the shout out to Astropub. So I think you can click that thing in order to follow Astropub if you're not already. I hope everybody here is already following Astropub. If not, hurry up and click that button.
That opens the page.
Cool. Oh, okay. I've never done that thing. That's how you know that I'm not a professional like Paul. But yeah, it's crazy because they're using that tool to improve the workflow of every team, not just the locations team. But we're talking about the locations team right here. So this one was the March 22. There we go. So this is March of 2022, just a couple months later. On the technical art side, two major areas of development progress. The first is the procedural location tool, which will speed up the production of certain locations. The team are currently designing the tool's template system to allow the designers and artists to procedurally generate various locations, such as derelict outposts and settlements. So taking the settlements and the outposts that are created via Rastar and being able to procedurally generate the derelict ones, as well as caves and underground facilities. And so you saw in that video the cave generation that was going on, the rocky cave generation, but they're also going to be using this for underground facilities. The ones that we saw at CitizenCon that we're going to be seeing the white box of on Thursday, the white box tour of, that's being done using the procedural location tool, and they're building it so that way we'll get to a clip here at the end, and you'll be able to see what their plan is, what their goal is with the procedural location tool for these types of things. And they're already doing it for derelict outposts and settlements. So you know how we only got a couple the first time around, and now we have dozens as part of 318. Well, soon they're going to be able to do it and add a whole lot more. But they're working on the workflow for all these things, so that way they can go from making a handful of them to being able to make just ungodly amounts of them, procedurally. So the next quote from the monthly report, it did it again. There we go. I don't know why it just scrolled up just a little bit. So this was from the May monthly report. So just a couple months later, the procedural location tool is also progressing well. The foundation is now a lot stronger, and the team have begun creating basic layouts. They've also moved to supporting corridors and corridor loops, as well as supporting the various required templates, space stations, caves, underground facilities, etc. And the team's current goal is to get V1 to the designers and artists so they can gather feedback and get it production ready. And did it the same thing again. And this is the June month report, just the next month later. This is how fast Montreal works. They are just gobbling up the poutine laced with meth and just creating tools in rapid succession, so that way the Montreal locations tool, the team, the sandbox teams, they're going to add more and more of these teams, can create tons and tons of locations and POIs. On the technical art side, the procedural location creation tool is progressing well, with the team expecting to put the first version into the hands of the team soon. Advancements were made to a suite of asset scattering and environmental integration tools. For example, the first prototype will be a tool to create a destruction trail behind a crashed spaceship in derelict settlements. Instead of having to edit by hand, the environment artists will be able to draw a spline that'll automatically create the trail before adjusting a set of variables to make the trail look exactly how they want. This type of tool can represent great gains in productivity. For example, by creating a trail by hand took an artist about a week. This tool should reduce the time to half a day. Yeah, meth-laced poutine. Woo! I had poutine yesterday at a restaurant we went to. What's coming March that ships are going on sale again? What do they call the in-game event with the green that's supposed to represent like
Stella Fortuna.
Stella Fortuna. There you go. That's March, right?
Whenever St. Patrick's Day is, yeah.
Yep.
So any green ship is going on sale. That's how they work.
Mm-hmm. But that's why it's crazy that they just started working on this tool at the beginning of 2022, and they're rapidly adding features to it and getting feedback on it and implementing it so that way they can put it into full production in a matter of months. Here we are again, back at the top, not where I want it to be. So August 2022, like less than, not even a half a year after starting work on the procedural locations tool. They are, at this point, they're 6 months also after releasing the first version of Mighty Bridge. And so they're adding more and more functionalities to Mighty Bridge, and they're adding more and more functionality to the procedural locations tool. The team is nearing completion of the first version of the procedural locations tool 6 months after the first version of Mighty Bridge is out. That's how quickly they were able to get this going. And this will allow them to create and edit simple layouts of space stations in minutes, and will dramatically decrease the time it takes to make stations out of existing modules. So they have all these artists making content and making modules in order to input them into the tools, so that way designers can take the tool and create a layout. Boom, it's basically done. Methyl and poutine. Oh my gosh. They're also in the final push of the first version of the tool that will help create derelict settlements. So there's tools within the procedural locations tool. It's just like if you're working, with, Premiere or Photoshop. There's different tools within that tool that you use to create something. Create data settlements. The goal of this iteration is to be able to create this iteration. The goal of this iteration. So they're not done, but this is one iteration. They're continuing to work on it. But the goal of this iteration is to be able to create 80% of derelict settlements procedurally. This heavy lifting will allow the artist more time to polish and finish the location. Reaching this goal will mean that a derelict settlement will take weeks rather than months to create. So they want all these things to line up so that way, the planets are getting done in a matter of months. And each time a planet gets done, these people on the sandbox teams come behind with their set of tools, and they've got, within a matter of months, they fill the planet up with POIs. Same thing with space, around the planets and the moons. So that way the entire system is done in a matter of, months. By one team working on one system, while another team, or another group with a host of teams is working on another system. So they've got these things going in parallel.
Yeah, we will see. I imagine we'll see planet teams or teams that encompass all of the necessary requirements for space, for planets, for locations, for missions, rolled up into single teams and put in parallel, like we have now the 3 ship teams.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
So we'll be getting, just like we get, I don't know, a dozen or so ships a year, we'll be getting that kind of speed once all these procedural tools and server meshing, the foundation of being able to put in multiple star systems, is in. So post server meshing V2 or dynamic V2, the amount of speed that they can churn out planet and POIs and things is just mind-boggling, and we're not even done with the presentation yet.
Yeah, when you when you have a CIG that is 1,300 plus devs versus a CIG that is 700 plus devs, you can imagine what the throughput will look like as far as star systems with all of these tools available to them. When you have multiple sandbox teams and each one is working on a different star system, and each one can churn out a star system, in a quarter, 3 to 4 months, and you've got several of those teams, you're looking at, multiple, each team being able to create, 2 to 3, maybe 4 star systems in a year, and having multiple of those teams, you're looking at, 6, 7, 8, 10 star systems each year once they get all this stuff ramped up. But that's what they're ramping up to do. That's the picture that that they are painting. We're just relaying the information to you in a more easy to understand and contextual environment. And here's another clip regarding Mighty Bridge that I thought was interesting. And closed captioning is on. We'll show the transcript, make sure we're at the right spot. 337. We didn't already watch this one, did we? Wait.
Yeah, we did.
Inside Sources and Tools time. Yeah, we did. Why did it open up twice? Okay, so this is the example that is on the Turbulent website for how they go about using the procedural location tool with the integration from Houdini to make a space station. Essentially a rest and relax. That is procedural generation of a space station with all the modules in it based off the recipe. And they just tell it to generate a layout. And what they can do is they can create the exterior of a space station and say, here is the interior volume you have to work in. Here are the connection points you have for the elevators, and the hangars and stuff. And then boom, click. And this thing will design the interior of the space station to fit, what you have already built. With, they showed, remember, that has the weird lighting and all that for the like shopping area, with all the things that are supposed to be within that recipe for the space station. Your clinic, your shopping area, the habs, all that set of stuff gets procedurally added to it, and all these things are tied to it in a logical, they're all tied together in a logical fashion. They don't just humble jumble throw them together. They throw them together so that way it makes sense the way they are laid out.
Mm-hmm.
And then it just works.
Ghost said, what if they don't stop at 100? They can do it
Oh,
easily.
I don't think they will.
There's only 85 star systems on the map, with a stretch goal saying there's 100.
Yeah.
Why does the Endeavor have a deep space telescope?
Yeah. And especially when those are the known star systems, the ones that we know that are inhabited by the known races. We don't know anything about the Kurthok. We don't know where they are. We don't know where their star systems are. And I guarantee you, we're not going to be finding new star systems regularly, but I guarantee you with how fast they can create an empty star system, because imagine you just had the planets and the spacescaping. There's no POIs, or anything like that. There's no, sentient alien presence or anything like that. You can get that star system done quickly.
Systems their way. And the Banu have tons of systems that we don't know about just because they don't keep planets they've been to, because unless there's anything notable, they don't keep them.
Yeah, there's no reason they'll stop at 100. And I guarantee you we'll probably have a couple new star systems get added to the game that are empty and newly discovered. And, as part of gameplay, we'll have to support terraforming projects and bring supplies in for the construction of space stations and POIs and what have you. And
Chris has said, as long as the game has money to build, it will continue to do so.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully, that also means that he is building a company, which it always seems that his higher ups can run the company continually. So hopefully, even after Chris builds what he wants and is done, and we keep playing, our descendants keep playing, they will continue to be building more Star Citizen. Not just another Star Citizen, but more Star Citizen.
Oh, I could have sworn I got the link with the timestamp.
Hmm. Which one?
Oh, okay. Yep, we're in the right spot. All right, cool. Okay, and it's back to you for Rastar. And I'm going to open up the last.
So, where we just completed the Mighty Burgeon procedural location, Rastar is an additional procedural tool that kind of is shoulder to shoulder with those two. But the fun thing about Rastar is it's not just for the devs. They've actually said that we're going to get this piece of technology in the form of player base building. So, we have a little video to watch in crafting worlds, planetary tools, and tech.
Make sure we're at the right timestamps. Okay. All right. So turn sound on, got closed captions on, and timestamps. Thank God we have them, but sometimes they are difficult. Okay.
What is Rasta? Rasta is our work-in-progress tool for planetary locations creation and edition. The name stands for a mix of RTS, the game jaw, which takes the inspiration from its map editor system, and STA, as well, you know. Its goals are to replace our previous placement system based on prefabs to a better object container-oriented solution. As our previous system was based on prefabs, any changes to location was source of issue, as it needs to re-enable a whole set of data to have things like missions or shops to work again. With this new system, any change will be easily manageable and won't require us to redo work when a change is made. Plus, as it's now object container oriented, it can be used for outposts, caves, or even derelicts, and more. It works as a modular system where locations will in fact be made of small elements that will be placed just like you do in City Builder RTS editor. And in a matter of minutes, we now have a new location where we can now create a bunch of cool gameplay. Let's go to Mark, who will tell us about the connector system.
Thanks, Morgan. So, I'm Mark. I'm also a tools developer for the Plant Tech team. Do you know what's better than placing everything by hand? Not placing everything by hand. In order to do that, we use what we call connectors. Basically, artists create small parts of homesteads that we can then snap together. Every part is modular, so we can interchange multiple ones in order to have procedural homesteads. Every change is very simple. We can change like the whole inside of a homestead, or only a building that is a part of the homestead. In that way, it's very easy to make a lot of different buildings. Once something is connected, it is considered a part of the whole. So it moves as one, it can be deleted and changed, and it's basically all for connectors. So back to you, Morgan.
And last but not least, some of you might have noticed that the UI is not looking quite like an engine UI. And that's normal, as it's based on our in-game UI tech building blocks, and that for a reason. While today it's being used by our developers, one day, when it's ready and been thoroughly tested internally, we'll make a version available to you, the player. And Rasta is what will make you a pioneer. Thank you for watching. We are very excited about the tech we've shown you today, and we hope you enjoy the rest of Digital CitizenCon.
I've watched that so many damn times.
All right. So, quite a long clip, but I'm glad it's all in there. So, they're able to, with Radstar...
monthly reports, that, we...
Link, please.
Here, the... Share, copy. This is the whole link, not timestamp, but it's not a very long one. So,
like they said, the goal is to replace the prefab system with the object-oriented or object container-oriented solution, so that every time they need to make a change, whether that's adding or removing items, changing the look of it, adding a room, for whatever reason, they don't have to basically re-render the entire settlement. All they need to do, 2 clicks. Rooms changed, or the overlay is changed, or whatever they need to do. The modular system allows them to rapidly place all of these small elements around, giving a new location. You saw at the end, matter of minutes, complete new location, done. So when they get a planet done for the first time, all they gotta do, place a dot, place a couple buildings, place the overlays on them, location done, moving on. Mission team can come in and start building out missions. But we'll also talk about how they're going to make missions faster and more of them later on. Artists create small parts of a homestead now, not just entire buildings. And then they use what they call the connector system to just center, ed, room over here, room over there. It's not quite as modular as the stations are, but it's modular enough to where it's very easy to make a completely different looking area. And that's only with the single look that they have, the colonial outposts that I've been working with for Pyro. And like I said, one day when it's ready and been thoroughly tested internally, we'll get a version of this to make our own bases. So it's working double duty for a super fast way to make outposts and eventually underground facilities and cities. We're going to be able to use this tool to build our own stuff. Let's see, I believe now we have another video. November 3rd, Inside Star Citizen, the cargo show.
Okay, ready, go. Oh.
Star, the internal tool that we've been developing for here talking about new technologies designed to be built upon from one patch to the next. Let's chat us up some Rastar, the internal tool that we've been developing now that's currently in use placing outposts throughout both the Stanton and Pyro systems.
The whole purpose of Rasta is to make the thing easier for the devs to place location at the surface of a planet. And in the end, it will be used as the system for player to build their bases. We have Rasta because the previous system based on prefab was quite hard to use and not up to scale for the scale and the scope we want for our planet density. Any changes to the planetary generation, like for example, you just change a canyon, you add a canyon to the planet, you'll have to redrop every modules at the surface of a planet to be sure they are well aligned with the new terrain and the new modifications of the terrain. Rasta makes that better by allowing, first of all, the ability to directly follow the modification of terrain topology, so we don't have to refresh anything. Plus, it gives us more granularity and modularity of the locations. Backers should be caring about the Rasta and all these improvements, because that's the way we will be able to give you, the players, the most dense area we can imagine to keep in line and have all the planets, all the moons filled with POI and things to do on the surface, and maybe later in orbit of these planets and moons. CitizenCon 2951. It changed not much in terms of visual, mostly UI rework, but features are all there. Just a lot of internal work to allow the new build location to fit more and be more productive. So now we can have modules and elements that are nested and indented, so we better understand what depends on what. And we also added the ability to collapse parts of the tool, so to have a better understanding and more focused work on some parts of the tool. We also worked on better tools integration, so now we are able to use the base tools of the editor, such as gizmos or roll-up bar, to modify some elements of Rasta, which was not possible previously due to some breaking while doing so, and to keep consistency with the Rasta flow. But with that changes now, most of the in-edited tools are usable with Rasta without any risk. We also moved the object containers used for Rasta to streaming object containers to keep in line with the whole streaming process of the network system. So now we gave the ability for the server to load and spawn and despawn some locations and elements at will to avoid crowding the whole server memory. And we also now converted the whole connector system that was presented during the last CitizenCon to item ports. So now, again, to keep in line with the in-house way we do things and to better integrate some elements such as the resource network that will later.
Resource network, resource management. So not only did they make it work so that way it works with PES in order to make it more performant on server meshing, but also they are integrating it with they've made it work with the item port system and resource management, just like how ships will work and stations in every location.
Later be available on the locations. I'm quite happy with the result of Rasta. There is quite some work to do on it, but the result is promising, and I'm pretty sure you're gonna love the location we will roll out with Rasta.
So what did we learn?
So cool. So dang cool. I'll share that link as well.
So, to review, we didn't get to it, but they're currently being used to populate buildings for 318. There's something that Jared said in the little last part. The entire purpose is to make it easier for devs to make it easier for devs to place locations and POIs. Like I said, the goal of Rastar for now is to make the second they get a planet done, fill it with POIs so that we have something to do or a place to go on a planet. And some of the refinements that they have made from the last video we watched, is now when they update the planet, if any changes need to be made to the planet, let's say the location or the landing zone teams that they need to place something in the location and update the planet topology, they would have to reset every single outpost. Now, just updates, fine, perfectly fine. They now have a more granular modularity, so there's easier to do. All the UI has been updated to be easier to use. Again, this will help devs be faster and faster. They had mentioned that for now it's on the ground. Later, they'll be moving stuff in orbit.
They didn't mention it in those clips. I forget where it was that they said it, but I know they said it, that they plan on using Rastar to build cities.
It's on the tile, on the progress tracker.
Is it on the tile?
I think it's on the tile. Now the resource management is. They also have now streaming containers, so the server can unload and load them. They updated the connector system to now be item port system, so with all the conventions of CIG. And a big one, like they had talked about a lot of this for outpost resource management. Now, Rastar works with resource management. And for now, that means the power plant of the settlement you go to will shut off the lights. But that will later mean that all your elements that you can place around your built base, whether that be databanks, engines, solar panels, refineries, mining facilities, storage containers, cranes, whatever they put as elements you can place, is all going to be hooked up using the same system that our ships will be using, that a city will be using, that a star system will be using, that a station will be using. This resource network system is probably one of the biggest additions as far as gameplay goes to Star Citizen.
It's far bigger than people give it credit for. And
Absolutely.
That's what we're going to talk about next in this next clip.
Right. And as I said, they're already been using Rastar. We have stuff from Rastar in 3.18. Mm-hmm. It's in a state where there's already products of it. So now, the last tree part, resource management.
So we're just going to watch the first clip of this part, and it's from the Power Play video from CitizenCon 2952 last October. But we're just going to watch this first bit because it's the quote at the beginning is the really what I wrote down is this perfectly illustrates how it is all holistic. Rastar and procedural locations feeding into quantum, procedurally generating the economy and gameplay as new star systems are added by using the resource management or resource network system.
Hi, my name is Dan Truffin. I'm Assistant Director for PU Content, and with Thorsten Leiman here today, we will be talking to you about something we think it will change the way Star Citizen functions and works and how the players will play the game in the future, and that is resource management. Resource management is the underlying system that allows items to produce, consume, and store resources in the game. It is the digital representation of real-life cables, pipes, tanks, batteries, or anything like this that you can imagine.
It's the foundation of the ships, where you have certain resources like fuel and energy powering certain items on the ship, but it's also the system that will lie below any station or any vehicle, anything that you can imagine in our universe that actually requires a certain type of resource.
Resource management is not just a system that helps ships function. It is a thing that's integral to the functionality of the entire universe. It will be the way surface outpost function, underground facilities, space stations, landing zones, everything in Star Citizen will function using resource management.
So we will start with the smaller vehicles, and the gameplay for those smaller vehicles way more interesting than what we have right now. And from that, we can move on to like bigger ships, and finally the capital ships will have a real purpose in the world, and where it will have a real meaning that you have the multiple roles inside those ships.
It will drastically increase the time.
Okay. Rewatch.
Imagine in our universe that actually requires a certain type of resource.
Resource management is not just a system that helps ships function. It is a thing that's integral to the functionality of the entire universe. It will be the way surface outposts function, underground facilities, space stations, landing zones, everything in Star Citizen will function using resource management.
So we will.
Everything in Star Citizen will function using resource management. So we talked about the way that outposts are going to get built. We talked about the way that space stations are already built using the procedural locations tool, and they're going to use that tool for building, Rastar for outposts and homesteads, procedural locations tool for space stations, underground facilities, asteroid facilities, Rastar for cities. All that, these tools are being built in a way that they're holistic. They're not just a way, something that's interesting to look at and visit, but like he talked about in the Rastar presentation, how it has the item port system, just like the procedural location tool uses the item port system in order to connect up to the resource network, so that way you have supply and demand. You have, if you have your refinery, like Nazeris talked about, at an outpost, that refinery is going to, has a recipe for creation of whatever it's refining, or whatever it can refine. And in order to do that, you have to put in power and the other aspects of the recipe in order to create something. Just like on a ship, in order to create thrust, you have to put fuel into the ship, and the power plant has to take that fuel and turn it into energy, and you have to it creates ionized gas for the thruster. That's how all this works, and it's just a recipe system for the item port system. So that way, anytime a location is created, whether it's using Rastar or the procedural locations tool, whether it's something as small as your outpost that you made yourself, or something as big as a city with all of its production nodes, like we talked about back in this presentation, the various production nodes, it all ties into it. So that way, if you have the production node for ArcCore that makes power plants, okay, well, that power plant requires power. It requires, labor. It requires ingredients that are brought to it, from refineries and such like that, in order to generate an output, which is, power plants. That is, then, and all of those things are fed back into Quantum. It's all tied in together. And that's how you get the dynamic content that Tony Z was talking about, made dynamically, automatically, just by having locations using the resource network and resource management system, and then players interacting with it, and Quanta, and that's why this is so just nuts, because it's an entirely holistic system where they're building the planets, they're building the star system and the space in between, they're building the planets and the moons and the asteroid fields, and the nebula, and the gas clouds and such. And then they're putting points of interest in space down on the planets and moons. And then all those things are interconnected, using resource management and Quantum. So we knew that resource management for a long time was going to be used for ships, for multi-crew gameplay, for engineering. This presentation right here was the first time when they explained to us the much broader capacity for resource management, and how it's so much bigger, and how it's tied into everything, and how it along with quantum ties everything together. And then but that's, this is what we have for resource management, and that's why this quote is so important to me, because everybody, it's, these locations aren't just locations to visit. They're ingredients in quantum. What was the timestamp? Okay, we got it, 12:48.
Now,
and this is our last clip.
Yeah, last section, last clip. Not much to say here, but there's important stuff to say here. So we know that there's going to be really fast spacecaping. All this is going to be built on server meshing. We know that they can build an entire star system worth of planets in 2 to 8 months. We know that they can make POIs in a couple minutes. But that's all just space. That's all just an area to run around. How do we get the gameplay? Because unless you have gameplay, everything's going to be just boring. It's just going to be sightseeing. So how are they going to make enough gameplay? That, like Tree said, is where quantum comes in. Now, there's no good endpoint on this video, so we're just going to play it for a little while and then explain some stuff. But I highly recommend you guys watch this. It technically is. It's, like I said, there's no good endpoint. I tried to
fail into its calculation.
A good dense part of it.
Mm-hmm.
Because this entire video is literally how they're going to build quantum into a thing that generates gameplay procedurally. So go ahead and play till somewhere around before they start talking about what is it? When they start talking about the mission grabs.
Yep. So it looks like it's about right there.
Including what any information you eventually attempt to sell would be worth.
Yeah.
Quantum has now been pretty thoroughly integrated into our backend architecture, and the service will be built and shipped with all future releases of the game, which took a considerable amount of time and effort given how different some of its tools and technologies were versus what we had already set up and configured. There is still a tremendous amount of work to do on the simulation side, but we are getting close to the point at which portions of its simulated data will be an improvement over the algorithmic logic embedded into various services. We're going to do a bit more testing before we enable it to start injecting that data into the live game, though, and even then we're going to start very small and limit the focus to a few select areas so that we can work out any problems. The first couple of commodities for which Quantum will gain the ability to dictate the price will be fuel and repair materials. We're also going to allow it to control the amount of piracy and possibly transport freighters and security in a few test locations, but keep in mind that until more of the data behind the curtains is exposed, the modulation may at times seem a bit arbitrary. We're going to be more aggressive with service beacons, and we'll soon move most of that responsibility, the type of beacon being offered, the location, the reward, and the difficulty, to Quantum. Our primary focus right now is less on getting a lot of data moving back and forth, and more on getting all of the technological plumbing working properly. In order to properly calculate fuel prices, for example, Quantum needs to have a concept of fuel, what type of ships Quanta are using, and fuel efficiency, none of which it previously had. In order to gauge the demand for repair services, ships in the simulation need a concept of damage, which didn't previously exist. There's often a lot of service work involved in allowing new types of data to flow between Quantum and the game. With iCache now largely complete, we've been able to shift some resources around, and within the last month have now doubled the number of engineers working on the systemic functionality. As a result, we're now in the early stages of a number of critical new services, including everything from the air traffic control service that's required for server meshing, to the NPC scheduler that will enable dynamic populations, to the virtual AI service that is necessary for the next major feature I'm going to discuss.
Okay. Those quotes were very important.
All right.
So, yeah. Go ahead.
So, yes, we know. Oof, iCache. However, the replacement is the entity graph, also known as what enables PES. Which means that they're going to start back up on on quantum integration. Not building, but integration into it. We already have had fuel, repair, and what's the other one? Whatever the third one was. integrated whatever the first 3 was, integrate it into the game. I believe that happened in 3.17. I think.
Yeah, the fuel and repair was that 3.17, and the yeah.
There was no official note. They just kind of said it.
It was 3.17 or 3.16. I forget which now because it was so long ago.
Yeah. Well, we've been on 3.17 for a year, so.
Well, and this is really good context because, with iCache now largely complete. Okay, iCache didn't work out, so they had to pivot and go and invent PES, the replication layer and the entity graph. So, those engineers that they were hoping for, that that they had planned on having, got taken away in order to get back to work on okay, we need something else instead of iCache. But he says, and this ties back into the roadmap that we went over at the beginning of the episode. Working and now doubled the number of engineers working on the systemic functionality. As a result, we're now in the early stages of a number of critical new services, including everything from the air traffic control service that's required for server meshing, the NPC scheduler service that will enable dynamic populations, to the virtual AI service that is necessary for the next major feature I'm going to discuss, which is Bounty Hunter V2. We looked
in
at
some other form, yes.
Yeah. And along with a bunch of other things. So we saw the air traffic control service on the progress tracker. We saw the NPC scheduler on the progress tracker, because those are, being worked on. The work is resuming now that PES is so August PES works.
Like,
we're
so
here.
with
It works.
iCache, they didn't know the size hole they needed. They didn't know what peg they had to know which hole they needed. So they built iCache. Then they developed a bit more, and they saw, wait a minute, iCache, this square hole we built, doesn't fit our game, which is this round peg. So, well, it's actually supposed to be the other way around. Anyway, so they built a hole to fit their peg they already had, which is their game. And they knew the scope of their game at the point they needed iCache done. They knew exactly what they were going to have, all the services or all the features that they had planned. They have a much better idea of it back when iCache was supposed to be done than when they started iCache. So, at the end of iCache's development, they said, this is the game we are planning on building. That doesn't work. So let's build a system that works with the game that we have planned. The game has not significantly changed since 2017. Pre-2017, it changed a lot. They were still developing the idea of Star Citizen up to 2017. Since then, there hasn't been a lot of change to what is Star Citizen. So the entire idea of what they want the data to do, how fast they need the data to go, and where the data is going to be concentrated was all already very well known when they said iCache, iCache is not going to work. So they said, this is what we need iCache to do now. Let's build a system that does that. And that's PES. It's built to need. They already knew the need.
Yeah.
So there was almost no chance of PES not working because it was chosen, engineered specifically because they knew it would work.
PES wouldn't have made it into the main game dev branch last summer if it wasn't working already. Now,
we didn't have iCache by the time they knew it was going to fail.
Yeah. The PES having bugs is just part of development, and the fact that they are scaling it up to more and more people, and they'll continue to scale it until it's all the way up, and they'll continue to squash bugs and optimize it, but it works. It is a functional system, but it's also, they just released it to Open PTU, and it's going to take a while to optimize it and get it to where it needs to be fully functional, as far as being as performant as they want it and stable as they want it, and not have squash all the bugs and such. But the squashing of the bugs and the optimization is an ongoing process. The big legwork is done, and it works.
If this was a traditional game, they would have said, okay, there are bugs, it's in development, and just ridden with the bugs. Like, the fact that they're doing optimization work on PES is only because they run a live environment.
Yeah.
They would have gone on developing it till they reached their whatever internal beta phase to actually start removing bugs. And it's only because the complexity we're having so much trouble optimizing PES. PES is almost not an issue on the servers. It's, elevators and the tram system. PES, the major bugs with PES were gone within the first few months of Wave 1.
Yeah.
First few months.
It's all the
first few weeks.
services and things that interact with it from the other teams. And so that's what they're doing right now, is going through with all the other teams and continuing to iterate on how their things connect with PES in order to get them
PES
stabilized
works
and
great.
functioning.
The fact that you can drop a bottle, go do missions for 5 hours, log out, log back into the same server, go back to this place you forgot your water, pick it up, and move along. You can do that right now. That whole coffee cup in the forest thing that Chris has been talking about for 10 years is a thing in 3.18. It exists. They did it. It's done. The only difference is they're trying to make people happy with the state of the bugginess of the game. If they didn't have players to, I don't want to say pander to because that's kind of demeaning, but if they didn't want the game to be playable in a casual sense either, I'm running out of words here, then they would have
they
no
need
worries.
us to play it, and they need us to play it at scale, so that way they can continue to optimize and get things ready for when they are when we go from having 150,000 players concurrently to millions, because
I've been in 3.18. I've complained about bugs. I'm also demeaning myself. Don't worry. But if they didn't have to make the live environment for me, for you, for everyone who tried to play the game, map system withstanding, then PES would be just nailed in, done, moved on to whatever the next step is. Maybe whatever they're adding before the server meshing build is ready to actually integrate. And that would, again, break everything. And they'd be like, yep, it's broken. You guys work on your stuff. We're going to move on to the next thing. Instead, they're going to put PES in. Now they're going to put 3.19 on top of PES, the build. That is the first build with PES. And when we get to maybe a 3.20, maybe that will be another branch. But definitely 4.0 will be a new branch. And that's going to have a lot of the same growing pains. Sure, server meshing will work in a bubble with only server meshing. What happens when you shoot across a border? What happens to the bullet? What happens when you throw something across the border? What happens when you drive across the border? What happens when somebody logs off while crossing the border? What happens if 5 people do it? 1,000 people do it? Like, there are some things you can only test so far internally. After that point, it becomes much more feasible to say, hey, how about we release this to 4,000 people and see what kind of crashes we get back? That way we know exactly whose fault it is. And it's probably not server meshing's fault after, the first couple of weeks. Because that is a system that only does a specific number of things, but everyone else attaches to it. So when you have to build a function that has all of these things attaching to it, that's when you start getting the problems. And Star Citizen is one of those super ambitious projects, like one of the most ambitious projects I've ever seen. It's a complex beast. And there will probably be some of these bugs that we're dealing with PES show up back when we go server meshing. Show up when they get, 5 patches after server meshing. Because it's not technically one thing's fault, but something got updated somewhere to where NPCs are standing on chairs again. Some bugs come back.
Here's the example. So this is what he said. So we early stages of a number of critical new services, including everything from the air traffic control service that's required for server meshing. So air traffic control service, they stopped work on that at the end of June 2021. This video was in May of 2021 because they had to work on PES. That team is back to work on that. So they added 80 days of work. And so the end date is the beginning of August. So 80 days is essentially, they'll be starting work on that end of May on the ATC service in preparation for server meshing. Picking up that work again. The other thing that he mentioned, the NPC scheduler service that will enable dynamic populations, because you need dynamic populations for server meshing. You can't have a static population. If players aren't at a certain location, they need NPCs to go away. And so the NPC scheduler service, they had continued work on that. They'd added more work on it last year, but then they stopped work on it last August. They're picking it up again at about the same time, shortly thereafter they start on the ATC service again. So this will be starting back up in May. Again, to getting ready for server meshing, and greater integration of quantum, around the same time server meshing will be coming in. And
so the problem with the biggest battle thing is Eve is a much lower quality graphically, not production wise, game. You never will find an FPS game within Eve. They've tried and stopped for good reason. Not failed, but they stopped. I'm not going to call it failed. That'd be disingenuous. Anyway, that was 7,500 players. And for a lot of the things we haven't said in this show, go watch Ray's guide on absolute dispersion and absolute concentration.
Mm-hmm.
I forget which video it's actually titled.
I have Ray's entire series on server meshing, and it's in one of the videos in that, but I have it saved as a playlist that I've gone back and forth to.
The reason we probably won't get 8,000 people battles is because your graphics card will literally melt. Because you have to render all those ships and all their bullets and all their physics calculations on your own system.
The way
as
that
much
we get
as the servers are going to be fine,
is 8,000 players on a mix of ships. And you have multiple, lots of capital ships and lots of smaller ships flying around. And
the more capital ships, the better performance is going to be, because interior bind culling, I think it's called.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
is basically
Ship
everyone on
interior.
the interior gone. Doesn't need to render anything. Doesn't need to worry about it. The interior gets streamed up to the server, and the effects of the interior get played out on the exterior, and that's all the other ones see. So if you had like 5, I don't know how many people per bangle, but let's just say 8 bangles, each 1,000 players. Done. Finished. You can do that. We've seen a bangle.
It's the way that the big battles that you see in Squadron 42 would be able to play out in SC, simply because your client doesn't care about all the people on those big ships. It doesn't render them. It doesn't have to compute anything for them. All your client cares about is the server telling you where those ships are going and in what direction they're shooting, and what their status is, their overall status is. And that's how they're working their way up to it. But, the Quantum, uses resource management to tie it all together, and they are ramping up production on Quantum again because PES is done. And it's in the game, and it's working, and it needs, more iteration on, but they don't need 20 people working on it to build the thing. They need a handful of people to continue to iterate on it and, provide support to the other teams for it, while those other engineers go on and work on server meshing and Quantum. And they're working on those things in parallel because they are planned to schedule to work on those things in parallel. So, but yeah.
And the Bengals only supposed to have up to 755 crew.
Yeah. So when you think about it, if you've got Anyway,
it take 10.
But yeah, that's how Quantum ties into the resource management system. So that way, if you're, the resource management system used on a city that says these production nodes need these resources, Quantum gets that information and then is able to generate contracts to supply those resources. And that way, either players or NPCs will bring those things to there in order to produce, consume those resources and to produce something else. That's how all these things are tied together. That's the holistic vision that CIG has, that they're getting pretty close to putting into, putting into the game. These things aren't just back of the napkin at the restaurant now. They're in full production. A lot of them are, we already have bits and pieces of them in game or are well in game. So it's a fascinating project because of the way they're looking at all this. And Mr. Mouth Thunder, thank you for the compliment. We really appreciate it. But yeah, Nazeris and I worked really hard on this over the last few weeks. We have basically been the guy from Always Sunny in Philadelphia, except for there's two of us on either sides of the internet doing the same thing.
Yeah, we do it to our own thing till we come to a dot, and then we get on Discord. This thing.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that ties into this, and yeah,
right.
And that's what this whole these tabs, the production into overdrive, spacescaping, planet tech, mighty bridge, and the procedural location tool, Rastar, resource management, quantum. In each one of these tabs, the CIG basically tells us how these things are connected to each other as part of how they are going to build star systems and have content within those star systems for us to use, and they're going to build them at scale. Not 1 in 10 years, we're one by one sandbox team in a matter of months, and then the system gets added to the game and plugged in. Quantum plugs it right in, and it automatically balances and starts generating content with the new system added into it. And that's where we're at. Nazeris, if you don't have anything else, we have been going for 4 hours. I think this is the longest.
Hey, it's almost as long as one of my streams.
Yep. But I mean,
oh boy. When are you planning on having this up on YouTube? This one specifically?
I'm hoping to get it done tomorrow.
Cool. So
yeah.
Hopefully
it depends on how long it takes to render. Yeah. But yeah, if I'm hoping to get this full video up on YouTube tomorrow, if not tomorrow, the next day.
Learning Unreal 5 and Nanite, if that can be implemented. They can't. Nanite is a Unreal Engine only, and Unreal Engine is not compatible with CryEngine because it's a completely different engine. It's no-go.
Yeah.
But Nanite and Lumen, the two biggest things in Unreal Engine 5, are technologies that they built, just like Star Citizen built the Gen 12 renderer and had built so many other technologies. They'll have technologies that do a similar thing, not necessarily infinite polygons, because that's an amazing piece of kit. I don't think that's possible. Well, no, I don't know what's possible, but I don't think we're gonna get infinite polygons. But their focus is not so much on infinite polygons as it is physics and resources. Is more the definition we have now scale instead of a higher density of polygons and Gen 12 and being able to unload resources and LODs and things. Also, we're working with teams that, at least the higher ups, are much more 90s focused than forward looking. Like, there is a reason why the engine developers don't make games and game developers don't make engines. There's a reason. One person or one group of people have to focus on what they have and be able to make it do what they need. And one person goes, nothing in this realm is done yet, so let's see what we can make it do. CIG does employ both, but it's not really compatible elsewhere. Do you guys have thoughts on how UE5 tool and Star Engine tools compare? Their Star Engine is only the internal name they use for their version of what was previously called Lumberyard, and all of the tools that Star Citizen developed. It's not an actual engine. UE5 is an engine. I would imagine UE5 is smaller, only because Star Engine refers to all the tools that CIG has built to support their Lumberyard integration.
It will be a long time before UE5 can be used to make a game at the scale that Star Citizen is being made.
Engines do not make games.
Yeah. They will take years for developers to figure out what the potential of UE5 is in order to start building things. And you could make, it'll probably take them a long time just to get a great big single player open world game out of it.
Yeah.
Let alone something like what CIG's doing for Star Citizen.
Right. There are two good examples of engines that basically have to be broken to build games. Bethesda and Valve. They'll build an engine, and then they'll make a game on the engine, which completely breaks that engine, but makes it better, so then you end up with their next engine. So after they're done with that game, they rebuild the engine to build the next game, which then breaks that engine in good ways that they'll then build the next version of the engine, which is how CryEngine worked. Every time they built a Crysis game, the next one would have a new engine. This is why we have CryEngine 1, 2, and 3.
A new version of the engine, but yeah.
Right, yeah. Sometimes from the ground up, sometimes not. Engines don't build games. Games builds engines. So until... I'm not going to say its name, because I'm too upset because of reasons. Until somebody tries to make Star Citizen in Unreal, Unreal will never be as capable as Star Engine. Or until somebody succeeds. I shouldn't say tries. Just somebody succeeds. You can technically build Star Citizen on many other, I'm not going to say all of them, but many other engines. Just, it's how much money do you want to spend in engineers?
Yeah, it would take years to be able to develop all the things to build.
Something like 15 years.
Yep. I mean, maybe
reason.
With
There's a reason we're here now.
Easy to use UE5 is. It will cut down the time on the next big thing, but it's still years of development, and you have to find a company that's going to be able to be willing to put in the dev time that's comparably that CIG has put into building their engine to do the thing that they want to do it with, and that's the thing that companies don't want to spend money on.
Yeah,
they don't want to spend money on R&D.
There's a reason why Star Citizen is such the golden goose that it is, because Chris Roberts said, "Hey, no publisher will speak to me. Do you want to help me build a video game?" But the reason very few, if not anyone else, can do it is because his name is Chris Roberts. No one else is going to say, "Oh yeah, you seem like an upstanding gentleman. Here's a wad of cash to build whatever passion project you want." That doesn't happen as much as it did for Star Citizen because his name is Chris Roberts. If Will Wright said, "Hey, I want to make a sim everything," people would do the same thing. But they're not going to go to Will Wright to build a space opera. They're not going to go to Chris Roberts to build the next Sims game. So a lot of Star Citizen's success has been on the name Chris Roberts. Even though a lot of people now don't care, have never heard of, have never played any of his earlier stuff, started with him. And that start is one of the most quintessential things for a game this size. Otherwise you get No Man's Skies. Which, yes, they've been able to claw back into the good graces of the populace.
Yeah.
But only because...
But how many years did that take added on to the initial development? It's...
Right. So there's infinite amount of variabilities in this entire kind of conversation of another Star Citizen. And the biggest one being that start. Having enough money to say, "Hey, I want to spend 15 years making tech. Not a game, but tech." No company is going to say, "Oh yeah, let's do that." like it will take an entire change in the entire game industry, which is not anytime soon, as far as I see. Like the game industry is not changing anytime soon in a way that's going to let developers have more time to do less or less production or less output. Like instead of, let's say, Ubisoft, I know they're generally a terrible company, but instead of them saying, oh, yeah, we're going to spend another year on the next Assassin's Creed, instead, we're going to get another team to start on the next Assassin's Creed. Well, this team's already finishing this one. So we'll have two teams doing these things so we can get better games in more time, but we can have them switch off on their release years. So every 2 years, you get an Assassin's Creed. They don't get more time to develop it. They just added a second team. And that second team, though maybe they mix some of the devs, are not going to be the same devs that did your favorite thing. Or maybe they'll have one guy who did your favorite one in that game, and the other one's over there on the other series. And Star Citizen brings the entire thing to one channel. Even though they're developing Star Marine and Squadron and Star Citizen, all that dev power is in one channel. And nobody else is going to do that. Nobody. It might change with AI making games. AI can't even make a hand right now. How are they going to make a game? Anyway, I think we've ranted a bit. I've ranted a bit on the back end of this.
No worries. Yep, and it is late, and I just want to say I appreciate all you guys hanging out with us in chat and going on this journey with Nazeris and I. This is the tail end of the journey. Nazeris and I have been walking this path for a while now. But yeah, I hope you found this informative and interesting. And again, if you didn't catch all of it, don't worry. I'll get this up on my YouTube here ASAP, along with the show notes. So that way you can rewatch things. I'm not going to break up each one of these segments with timestamps just because that would be super difficult. But I'll put the whole episode up on YouTube, and then I will put the individual segments, the roadmap, and then the Spectrum Pulse up on YouTube. And that way you guys can watch or rewatch at your leisure and refer back to the notes and use them to spread the good word. But yeah, Nazeris and I, we appreciate you guys. And we had 2 donations to stackup.org. Randir Loam did Randir Loam did $15, I think it was, and then Shempasta did $100 donation to stackup.org. So yeah, we are at $400 on our way to our goal of $1,000 for stackup.org this year. So I really appreciate you guys, appreciate you hanging out. And before we sign off, so I did something crazy.
Uh-oh.
I quit my fucking job. Yes. So I yeah.
Okay.
I have to go on active duty for a couple months in about 3.5 weeks. But my job was giving me a real hard time with scheduling stuff, and it was really making life difficult for my family and I, to the point, and it was costing us money by them moving my schedule around, because I'm an experienced flight paramedic, and so they're moving me around in order to accommodate new people being paired up with the different training officers at different bases. And it was a huge inconvenience. They were going to do it again. And it was going to mean that I wouldn't be able to go on a guy's trip I went on last week to spend a few days with a friend of mine who was recently was given a terminal cancer diagnosis, and he's my age with a young son, and he's a good friend and colleague of mine. And so I told him, I was like, no, I'm not doing it. And and they're saying, are you quitting? And I'm like saying, and I told them, I was like, if you want to fire me over it, you can. I will show up to work. But if you want to, I'm not going to you can't change my schedule again after you okayed this trip. And the other part was, it was going to make it so that way I would miss out on the following shift because of drill, which means I would lose about $3,000. because I don't make money with the Army, but I do make good money with my job. And I was like, I can't do it. I'm not doing it anymore. And they're like, all right, well, your services are no longer needed. And I was like, all right, bye now. And so I'm going back to school starting maybe in the summer, but definitely in the fall, which was the plan anyway, but I was just going to go to work part-time. But instead I picked up, I had an interview today for another part-time teaching gig. So basically I'm just going to supplement my Army income with the different teaching gigs I have. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to having a little bit more flexibility with content creation when I get back from active duty, over the spring. But yeah, definitely screw those guys. I was real pissed when they tried to pull that. I was like, do you know who I am? But that was the gist of it. So yeah,
well done. Congrats.
Yeah, it was satisfying, and it's been nice being able to spend time with my wife and my son, and yeah, lengthen this. Oh my gosh, yeah. Yeah, no,
I quit my job. What do? I rant about Star Citizen for 4 hours.
I'm at a point in my career where I don't need it. I could get another job in a heartbeat. I walked into this interview for the teaching gig.
Heartbeat medic, haha, puns.
Yeah. So it's yeah, pretty stoked about it. And so I'm gonna get back to work. I'm hoping that I can have get back to work on the boarding video here in the next couple days and start churning that out. I don't know if we'll be able to get it done before I leave, but I'll be able to continue to work on it while I'm on active duty. So more content coming soon. But we've got monthly reports on Wednesday, right?
Yep.
So we'll have to get those on Monday. I think Monday. Yeah. But yeah, we should be back next week with monthly reports for the next podcast. And Nazeris, anything in particular you want to plug for Nova Forge before we take off?
Less content. I've had not as drastic change, but because of different life circumstances, I've had to rethink where my time is spent. And I'm not a YouTuber. I'm not a Twitch streamer. I do this as a hobby. It needs to stay a hobby for now. I have other things I need to spend my time, so I'm enjoying life a bit more now. This last week has been great fun, even though I haven't been doing a whole bunch of stuff. Kind of restabilizing. But I will be holding on to videos longer as I script them more, edit them more, and hopefully reach a higher quality level when they do come out. Twitch streams or streams in general will be a lot more random. And I might even put some videos back up on the Nazeris channel that are not Star System related, so Space Engineers stuff. I've been really enjoying playing these last 2 weeks. Like losing
Bring
entire
back the
days
Pegasus. You got to build it in Space Engineers.
I will.
Blizzard
Not
said he's
touching that
going
right
to help
now.
you.
Not touching that right now. With the money, not with the building. Anyway, or Kerbal. Kerbal and me cannot get on the same wavelength. I have Kerbal Space Program 1 installed on my... It was installed last I checked. Installed on my computer. I don't play games that make me upset. And as far as I can tell, Kerbal Space Program is the Dark Souls of space games. It's just there to make you explode.
With little tiny cartoony people who die all the time.
That's great. I uninstall Rocket League for the same reason. I just get upset. There's no rational reason. I just get upset. So I don't play games that will actively make me upset. I will eventually try it, but I don't think I'll get very far. And I need to get over the assumption that it's going to make me upset. So when I get over that, I will try Kerbal Space Program 1, since I already have it. And after that, we'll see. No guarantees. Anyway, less content, hopefully better content. Also, I've started game development back up. That's one of the main things. I'm finally developing my second game to be published. It'll be built on Unreal Engine 5.
Nice.
It'll be a low poly game. Amazing,
Star
powerful
Citizen
graphical
2.
engine. Low poly. No. I can't even build a Minecraft clone right now. So, and I definitely want to be a sandbox dev. So much more Minecraft, building spaceships, less firefights and mission-based stuff. So less space opera, more space engineer kind of building stuff. I have a game half designed. Maybe a quarter designed, ready to go. What I need to do is get my skill to a point where I can say, hey, engineers that can actually build this game, I can do this. I need you to do this. Once I'm confident enough that I can build enough games, so maybe like 5 games under my belt, then I can say, hey, I'm going to hire a developer to work with me on this game. And I need to show that I can do the design work, that they'll trust me to just do their job. So but I'm not an artist either. So I need to get an artist. I need to get a composer, a programmer. That's very far down the road. Currently, I'm just building a game with me. It's going to be a little RPG. Very little low poly RPG. Much like Journey from that game company. That is the plan. That's all I got. All you got, Tree?
Yep, that's it.
All
Take us
right.
away, man.
Thank you, everyone, for coming. It has been a much longer episode, a very dense one. I'm really, really glad we were able to do this. It was a lot of work. We actually got to work cooperatively on the entire script. And it came together in a show that I think we will look back on fondly. So thank you again, everyone, for coming. And I forgot what the intro sentence was, but have a good night. And as always, be kind. Bye, everyone.